President of the Kuwait College of Science and Technology, to kick this off.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. His Excellency, Mr. Omar Al-Amr, Chairman and CEO of CITRA, Your Excellency, Sheikh Dr. Al-Anud Sabah, Director of NATO Regional Center in the National Security Bureau, Mr. Neil Carling, His Britannic Majesty's Charge the Affairs, Ambassador Juliet Wilcox, UK Ambassador, Cyber Ambassador. There was supposed to be a representative from the Ministry of Higher Education, which I welcome. Mr. Osama Sultan sent his apology, so we welcome for all from the Ministry of Education, our colleagues from KFAS, from PUC, dear distinguished guests, speakers, and participants. It's my great pleasure to welcome you at Kuwait College of Science and Technology for the opening of the 4th UK Kuwait Cybersecurity Education and Research Conference, CERC 2022. It's especially a great honor and pleasure to host this conference in this hall, again, where it started 4 years ago as a result of dedicated and sincere collaborative effort between the founding organizations, the UK Embassy in Kuwait and the British Council representing the UK government, CITRA representing the Kuwaiti government, and Kuwait University and KCST representing the public and private higher education sectors in Kuwait. We are delighted this year that this partnership has enhanced and grow with the contributions of Kuwait Foundation of Advancement of Science, who is becoming a partner in the organization and support, and the Ministry of Education. I thank you all for your effort and support for this initiative. In today's world of our complete dependence on ICT and the internet, no country or organization or even an individual is immune from cyber attacks. No need anymore to convince or even tell anyone about the importance of cybersecurity. Given the many high-profile attacks worldwide, they are every day in the media. Cyber attacks of all types, including spyware, such as the infamous Pegasus software that has been around, malicious attacks on critical infrastructure, national critical infrastructures, such as the recent ones on Albania, ransomwares, identity thefts, denial of service attacks, and many, many more. And all these forms have become a concern for all governments, organizations, businesses, and individuals. Therefore, cyber protection and prevention. Sorry, it looks like I'm touching the pad, so I'm moving the slides. I have to move a little bit. So, cyber protection and prevention cannot be considered anymore as a problem for the IT departments. Cybersecurity needs global and comprehensive efforts that combine individual user awareness, ICT infrastructure readiness and continuous updating, boardroom decision-making, and government strategies and policy-making. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, according to the Cybersecurity Jobs Report of the Cybercrime magazine this month, there will be 3.5 million unfilled cybersecurity jobs globally in 2025. Therefore, one of the most urgent tasks and hopeful outcomes of this conference and collaboration is to create a platform for capacity building in Kuwait for cybersecurity experts. In short term, through specialized training programs, and in long term, through higher education programs that will equip the graduates with the relevant skills in cybersecurity for the workplace in the public and private sectors. The second important goal and hopeful outcome is to start a program of cyber awareness building at all levels, from school level to universities to workplace. Therefore, I'm very pleased to see a large number of teachers from the Ministry of Education attending this conference this year, and I hope you will benefit from the sessions dedicated to cyber education that will take place tomorrow. I can say with confidence that starting cyber awareness at school level will be the best way forward. In the summer, we conducted two courses for high school students, supported by KFAS, which proved to be extremely successful. And we hope to be able to continue and roll out this program to train the teachers who will be able to pass the knowledge to their students in all schools in Kuwait. In both cases, the UK has been leading the world, and therefore we hope to learn from the UK speakers about the strategies, experiences, and research at the UK institutions and universities over the 2 days. Many of these UK participants are colleagues and friends, and thank you very much for joining us and making the trip to Kuwait. You are very welcome to Kuwait. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, conferences like CERC are very special to KCST. Despite its young age, KCST is making significant effort to have positive impact on the higher education sector in Kuwait. Our focus is on providing high-quality education with relevant hands-on experience supported by intensive research. And I am proud, very proud to say that according to the official data from the well-known Scopus Research Indexing Database, our research productivity index is among the highest, if not the highest, in Kuwait and in the Middle East. Our focus on providing cutting-edge and relevant skills to our students have been demonstrated by creating the first and only cybersecurity center and specialized lab in a university in the Middle East, to be added to the existing advanced electronics, communications, artificial intelligence, and robotics labs. I hope you will have time during these days to visit our cyber lab and the other laboratories to see them in action. Allow me finally to give many, many thanks to all these people who worked hard to make this conference possible. There are many, so I'm not going to mention names because I'm sure I miss some, but you know who you are, so thank you very much for your effort. Thank you, and I wish you an enjoyable and useful conference. Thank you.
Thanks to Professor Khalid. Now, a warm welcome to Mr. Neil Carlin, the Acting Deputy Head of Mission at the British Embassy in Kuwait. Come on stage.
Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of His Majesty's Ambassador to the State of Kuwait, Belinda Lewis, I would like to thank you for joining us today at the Cybersecurity, Education and Research Conference. This is the fourth time the UK and Kuwait have collaborated to co-host a major cybersecurity forum, and it's wonderful to see such a large and diverse crowd of cyber professionals in attendance. Before continuing, I would like to thank some of the people who have very kindly given many hours of their time towards making this event a success. Firstly, His Excellency Omar Al-Omar, Chairman and CEO of CITRA, and his staff for their endorsement and continuing support for CERC. From academia, I would like to thank Professor Khalid Al-Begin from KCST, Dr. Amir Mohammed from Kuwait University, and Dr. Lubna Okashah from KFAS, and all of those involved in the planning of this conference. As Professor Khalid said, you know who you are. Finally, I would like to say thank you to the Assistant Undersecretaries from the Ministry of Education, Mr. Osama Al-Sultan and Mrs. Fatima Sinan, and the Assistant Undersecretary for Development from the Civil Service Commission, Mr. Ahmed Al-Kandari, for their support in highlighting the importance of cybersecurity across all fields of work and its importance in modern-day education. Cybersecurity is, of course, a global issue that presents a threat to us all. In the past 2 months alone, significant cyber attacks have occurred in a number of countries, including Albania, Estonia, Montenegro, Greece, and Mexico, and indeed there are many more. Cyber is a new front line in providing security to individuals, companies, and governments. Therefore, it is more important than ever that we work together to build a safer and secure future. Since the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding on Cybersecurity in 2017, the UK-Kuwait partnership has grown through the strength of our cooperation and understanding by speaking the same cyber language. Kuwait and the UK have, of course, been strategic partners since 1899. This conference provides a platform that demonstrates the relevance of that partnership as we face the challenges of the 21st century. I'm especially pleased that representatives from 5 leading UK research institutions and experts from both the government and private sector are joining us this year. The next 2 days will, I am sure, cement the continuing cooperation in the field of cybersecurity, education and research for years to come. In closing, I want to thank KCST for hosting this conference and all the speakers for their time and input into what I know will be a valuable and thought-provoking 2 days. Thank you.
May I now invite, well, thank you, Mr. Neil Carlin, first of all, and may I invite Engineer Layali Al-Mansouri, the Director of Information Security and Emergency Response at CITRA.
So, good morning, everyone, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It's absolutely my pleasure to be with you here in this important event, the Cybersecurity Education and Research Conference for the 4th year. And let's agree that we all do await CERC to explore the latest development in cybersecurity, collaborating with our partner organizations and international experts to reveal the latest in cybersecurity matters, which will lead us all to advance and inspire our collective cybersecurity capabilities. I would like to take the opportunity to thank Kuwait College of Science Technology for hosting CERC this year, and I also would like to thank Kuwait Foundation for Advanced Science, KFAS, for joining us for the first time. It is also a great pleasure working with the Kuwait University and the British Embassy in Kuwait. And of course, we are all grateful for those heroes who are being and still working behind the scenes to make this event successful. In Kuwait, a massive national strategy was developed to establish and promote cybersecurity. CITRA laid the foundation to establish the National Cybersecurity Center. We conducted a national cybersecurity maturity assessment that targeted the CNIs in Kuwait, where we call them or name them the CNIs. And therefore, a roadmap was shared with all concerned stakeholders, including our CNIs. Then the National Cybersecurity Center will come to be a collaborative national effort that serves the government sector, private sector, and society. The center will emphasize the protection to the national infrastructure, promote and serve the country's ability to protect national assets, as well to boost cybersecurity capabilities. The center also will operate on national level. One of its main goals is to enhance and promote cybersecurity education. For that, we thank all the critical national entities and, of course, CERC to become a key player for supporting this goal. Cybersecurity is an on-demand career globally. In Kuwait, we need to consider the establishment of education and professional programs, and from the early stages, as soon as possible, to create a proficient generation able to bridge the career gaps. Thus, bringing cybersecurity education into schools and colleagues is a must and will motivate students to understand career pathway exist aligned with Kuwait's national cybersecurity strategy and Kuwait's Vision 2035. Finally, I wish all attendees and those joining us online a beneficial participant. We have a rich and interesting agenda lined up for you, so thank you all.
Thank you very much. I would now like to invite Dr. Amir Mohammed from the Computer Engineering Department at Kuwait University.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here. It is my pleasure to welcome all our esteemed guests, participants, and speakers for this year's Cybersecurity Education and Research Conference. Being part of the organizing team for this conference, I can confidently attest to the high value that this conference has produced in the previous years to both Kuwait University and KCST. And will hopefully do so, continue to do so this year and in the following years. I am proud to say that we have a veritable range of experts today in the cybersecurity field with various backgrounds from both Kuwait and the United Kingdom here to share their knowledge and research with us in the hopes that the talks and the lessons here foster new relationships and collaborations between researchers in Kuwait and the UK. My role here and this year was to design the program for this conference with the help of Dr. Basil Uthman, who was instrumental throughout the whole process. So allow me just to briefly introduce these sessions that you will have the pleasure of attending these couple of days so that you may get a glimpse of what is to come. So after the keynote talks today, we will start with our first session focusing on cybersecurity of critical infrastructure, which is, as you might have noticed, a recurring theme, but an undeniably important part of this conference and in general. Following this, we have the session on the use and role of blockchains, technology and security. So those who are interested in blockchains might want to stick around until the end of the day and see what the talks will be about. As for tomorrow's schedule, we will have a couple of sessions dedicated to cybersecurity education and how we might sort of introduce cybersecurity into our curriculums, programs, and courses. Finally, at the end of the day tomorrow, we have a session with a captivating set of talks on mobile and 5G security, which is, as you might have noticed, is becoming an increasing concern today in today's environment. So I hope you all enjoy this conference. Introduce yourselves to each other, get to one another. This is a wonderful opportunity to do so. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that. And you gave some people a taste of what they're going to be experiences, so I do kind of like that. Now, our final welcome address today is Dr. Bassam Al-Fili, the Director, Innovation and Enterprise at KFAS. Please come on stage. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum, sabahkum Allah bil khair. Switching to English for the benefit of our guests and non-Arabic speakers. Good morning, everyone, distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Kuwait Foundation for the Advancement of Sciences, I would like to welcome you to CERC 2022. Cybersecurity is an increasingly becoming the most important risk issue. Unlike physical security breaches, cyber attacks are mostly invisible due to their digital nature. Therefore, we need to be more creative and more innovative in how we protect our digital assets, especially our data. I would like to thank the organizers for their dedication to the success of this event. And of course, I trust that the exchange of knowledge and expertise during this conference will contribute to enhancing the local capabilities in this field and result in improving the security of the cyberspace in Kuwait. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Now, before we start our conference, I would like to welcome again Professor Khalid to the stage for the CERC Stakeholders Awarding. Thank you. So the awards are, yeah. All right, well, first of all, we need Mr. Neil Carlin to come on stage to accept his award. And if you could stick around so everybody gets up there and we can get a group photo, that would be great as well. Now we would like Engineer Layali Al-Mansouri, please, up on stage. Thank you. Dr. Amir, you may approach the stage as well if you would like. And Dr. Bassam, I know you just sat down, but maybe you'd like to get back up here. And now we're going to do a bit of a switcheroo where I ask Mr. Neil Carlin to award Professor Khalid on behalf of all the entities as well. So. And would you guys like a group photo as well? Fantastic. All right, thank you, everyone. And now the conference has officially started, and I'd like to welcome our first keynote speaker, Ms. Juliet Wilcox, CMG, the British Cybersecurity Ambassador from the United Kingdom.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can you see me over this plectrum? I'm not as tall as some of your other guests. Now, I also noticed I've got to be very careful where to put my notes so that I don't move the slides on too early. Well, good morning, and it is a great honour to be back in Kuwait and to be speaking here at the CERC conference. This is my final stop on a rather long period of travel and the fourth conference I've been to since leaving home. But what it does is it brings together the two themes that have been uppermost in the minds of everyone I've been speaking to: education and research. With the impact of cyber capabilities underpinning and influencing everything we do, the need for training, skills and awareness is an acute problem. It risks undermining the benefits we'll get from effective utilisation of cyberspace, and it creates vulnerabilities which provide opportunities for criminals and adversaries to disrupt our daily lives. Education has never been so important. The exponential pace of change in technology, in techniques and materials underlines the need to look ahead beyond the next generation to see how we can harness the technologies which we know are coming towards us. Quantum, advances in AI and machine learning, biotech, to name just a few. And of course, the next generation comes very quickly in cyberspace, so it's imperative that we do all that we can to encourage the research and development that will keep us ahead of the game. Today I'll talk about the UK's approach to cyber, our strategy to be a leading, responsible and democratic cyber power. As the Ambassador for Cybersecurity Exports, I look at this through the lens of industry, and in particular, the need for the UK to develop a strong cybersecurity industry in support of our national cyber strategy. And you'll see that education and research are at the heart of this and the key to the success of our, or in fact, any cyber ecosystem. I will start today by explaining a little bit of my role. So I am the Cybersecurity Ambassador for the Department for International Trade, or DIT, as we say in short. So cybersecurity, what's trade got to do with it? And some of you may remember a Tina Turner song with a similar name. For those that don't know, the DIT is here to create a UK that trades its way to prosperity, to stability and security. And we do this by helping our businesses to export. We drive inward and outward investment, and we negotiate market access and trade deals. But my role is unusual. It was designed a few years ago to support industry, working with international partners to develop national-scale cybersecurity technology and systems, similar to the National Cybersecurity Centre that we created in the UK a few years ago. And we learned a lot of lessons while building ours, and industry partners were critical to that success. Now, that was 7 or 8 years ago, and since then, the impact and risks and threats of cyber have grown exponentially, as has the UK's approach and the industry and the research to support it. I can see in the 6 months that I've been doing this job that the world has moved on. The NCSC has developed further and is still, I think, quite admired around the world. And many countries are thinking of developing a version of their own, including here in Kuwait. An NCSC consists of many component parts: the skills, the underpinning infrastructure, the monitoring, the management, the incident response, the guidance, and the advice. As a national technical authority, it needs to be there for the whole of society, and increasingly we can see how the need for cybersecurity is threaded through every sector and function of national life, the whole ecosystem. So the requirements and opportunities for cybersecurity, and for my role, are continually expanding. But fortunately, the UK's reputation as a researcher, innovator, and creator of trusted products and services has also expanded. And it's been a real pleasure getting to know more about that cybersecurity industry. It really is a world of opportunity. At its heart, cybersecurity is the layer of trust that enables all of us to live our lives with security and prosperity. And my role is to support our industries in a highly competitive world to showcase the best that the UK has to offer. I am discovering, though, as I travel, that cyber has become a topic so central to the concerns of organisations and governments that almost everyone has got something that they want to say about it. When I first started this role, I did explore the UK's cyber strategy, which we published at the end of last year, but it's labelled as the Cyber Strategy for 2022, with my colleagues from across the UK government. And we discussed that concept of cyber power and cyber prosperity and cyber security. And there are roles, obvious roles for departments in government: capacity building, growing skills, detecting threats, have obvious homes in the Foreign Office or the Digital and Media Department or the NCSC. But I found government departments who are deeply focused on their own work, asking the question to me, well, what's trade got to do with it? Well, there is plenty, and it cuts through all of those other departments. And I want to use today to put some of that into context. The UK's cyber strategy provides a great framework, but to succeed it must have a practical consequence and a common understanding. So today I will try to set out why I think the cybersecurity industry is integral to the UK's ambition to be that leading, responsible and democratic cyber power, and that education and research are fundamental components of that. So I'm going to start with that brief introduction to the cyber strategy. I won't use many slides, but I'll just use a few because I think it's really worth demonstrating exactly what it means. Ooh, that is the wrong direction. No. How do we get this onto the right set of slides? One day I'll be able to go like this in the cyberspace and it will work. Okay, that's better. All right, so here is the UK's cyber strategy. Now, the first thing to notice is that the strategy we published 5 years ago was a cyber security strategy, and this strategy doesn't have the word security in the title. Now, that is absolutely right. We tended to, in the past, to look at cyber security just through the lens of threats. But this time we wanted to ensure that the strategy supported prosperity and resilience. Cyber is fundamental to the future of our digital economy and the environment, and it requires a whole-of-society approach. So security is a critical enabler, and it's part of that ecosystem, and you'll see it runs through the whole strategy, but it is deliberately not in the title. It has 5 pillars, and I will briefly introduce them. The first one is strengthening the UK's cyber ecosystem. And this pillar recognises that we need to take that whole-of-society approach, from skills and education and training, through professionals and research, and onwards to ensure an internationally competitive cyber information and security industry. That means encouraging our children to move on from being users of technology to the developers and engineers, to ensure in all their diversity as individuals that they can be the creators of products that are secure by design, and for the UK to ensure that our innovative industry leads the way globally in cyber products and services that will underpin every facet of our lives. We want the cybersecurity industry to be ahead of the game, to ensure that our data and tools in every industry are protected, resilient and reliable. This is an important pillar, which I will come back to in a minute. The second is building resilient and prosperous digital UK. So this pillar calls out the issue of cyber risk and improving awareness throughout organisations and society. It recognises that prevention of cyber attacks and the ability to respond and recover quickly are essential features of organisational management. Vulnerabilities through human or technical acts or omissions are very common, and the means to exploit that can be bought cheaply. The entry bar for easy criminality or hostile state acts is low. So let's make life difficult for criminals to succeed and easier for organisations to prepare and respond. So the UK's NCSC offers great advice about the minimum you should do, and there are many companies offering a range of products and services. But I want at this point also to call out the thankless task of CISOs. It must be bewildering trying to decide what you need to do to secure your data, and even worse, actually persuading your boards to pay for it. But organisations, big and small, government and non-government, must think about the risks they are running to data protection, to reputation, and to revenue streams. Everyone needs to understand their business critical functions and their tolerance for disruption. When organisations understand how their users, devices, networks, and applications all operate together, and that the likelihood and impact of losing control of all or some of that, then they can assess the risks they are running. So for any of you who are CEOs or board members, I urge you to feel as much ownership of this as your CISO in order to build resilient organisations. Protection of your data is paramount for business and investor confidence. It has never been so vulnerable. The third pillar is about taking the lead in technologies vital to cyberpower, and it recognises the need to anticipate and act on science and technology developments which are vital to that cyberpower. It considers next generation technologies and the need to have a trusted and diverse supply chain. We know as individual countries we cannot produce everything ourselves, but we shouldn't be dependent on one source of supply or one point of failure or disruption. And this is where the importance of collaborating with trusted, like-minded international partners is key. The UK aspires to be a thought leader and user of technology, whether through quantum and AI and machine learning, or the future of IoT devices, or zero trust principles, or the development of future materials that are critical to cyber products. But we must also be willing to share our technical expertise and collaborate with others in order to protect the national interests of the UK and our partners. And as you all well know in this room, research and development through co-creation between academic centres of excellence, government and industry will underpin our cyberpower and that of our partners. The fourth pillar is about advancing UK global leadership and influence. And this is one of the reasons why I'm talking today and spending my autumn on a plane, visiting conferences and seminars and talking to partner governments. It is all very well having great cybersecurity products, but a free, open and peaceful secure cyberspace does not have international borders. The UK is a physical island, but it can never be a cyber island. Making cyberspace work effectively for everyone requires some rules of the road, some common values and terms of use, some expectations of standards and behavioural norms. And the UK feels through our strategy and experiences, which have been both good and bad, that we have good ideas and cyber security products to share. We believe cyberspace will be better strengthened through partnership, and that vulnerabilities in one place will affect us all. That's why we have outreach programs for capacity building in developing cyber countries. It's why we collaborate with sophisticated allies and partners to ensure mutual security. It's why we are active in the UN and other international expert forums, and why we promote the UK's cybersecurity industry expertise for its quality, assurance and trustworthiness. That also means shaping global digital standards so that future cyberspace reflects values important to us in its design and use. We cannot let standards be set at the lowest common denominator, enabling cheap and poor quality products to dominate the marketplace. That will undermine both cybersecurity and the competitiveness of industry. And the UK and Kuwait have both recently been elected to the ITU committee, where we can work together on these important issues. Pillar 5, the final pillar of the strategy, is about detecting, disrupting and deterring adversaries. And those of you who did read the previous cyber security strategy will recall it was all about deter, detect and disrupt. And this requirement does remain a key part of our current strategy and a critical function of government. The NCSC is at its heart, but it's surrounded by a network of industry and government partners that act as those frontline sensors. It's a unique partnership based on trust, and it enables the sharing of information to detect or preempt threats and offer guidance on mitigation. But it's not dictatorial, and while there are some regulations in the UK, and I think particularly of our financial services regulations on operational resilience. These are enforced by professions and sector regulators, not by the NCSC. And that enables the NCSC to work collaboratively with industry and to create frameworks such as our cyber assessment framework or zero trust guidance, which industry can then adopt. Preventing serious crime and deterring adversaries remains a key pillar, and prevention, of course, is certainly better than cure. So that outlines the UK's cyber strategy. It's that whole of government approach which recognises the parts we all need to play. But I go back to that question of what's trade got to do with it. Well, we worked really hard in the DIT to ensure that cyber experts were a fundamental part of this strategy, because we believed that trade did have rather an important role to play. And at the heart of this is the recognition that a future digital economy and ecosystem will thrive if it has a successful cybersecurity industry. It starts, back again, with that education and skills and learning. And then you need to develop professions and standards of people and products, and then allow innovation, new ideas, startups, unicorns, a few failures as well, so that we can continue to learn. But this circle needs to be fed with ideas and investment to tackle those problems of tomorrow. And we know that the demand for cybersecurity is greater than the supply. We can see it through the increasing number of threats that catch us out, from ransomware to cloud, crypto and blockchain attacks. But we also see the opportunities signalled by the growth of that cybersecurity market. Data shows in the UK that cyber exports grew from £3.96 billion in 2019 to £4.23 billion in 2020, and we know it is going up rapidly. We know that 46% of UK companies are exporters, and that on average companies who export report a higher level of sales, jobs and pay. And that shows that companies who export create that strong and successful industry. But we still do not have enough capability, so we need to strengthen that whole system. We need more people with skills to feed the growing requirements. That number of vacancies that we heard earlier, this is an acute problem around the world. So we need to grow our industry to absorb new talent, create opportunities and increase its output. And we believe that by exporting expert products and services, we can ensure that our partners and allies are as well protected as we are, and that our industry and the whole industry can continue to grow. Education is critical here. Finding and creating cyber skills needs to be a partnership across government, industry and academia. I think of education on three levels: the users, everyone in society whose awareness level of the opportunities and risks of living in cyberspace need to be better understood. And this requires that whole of society approach. So we've done it before. We all wear seatbelts, not because we expect to crash, but because we know we could be in an accident caused either by ourselves or by others, and we can give ourselves some protection against that. We don't jump into water without learning to swim, and we protect our children from doing that. So we need all users to adopt those basic cyber hygiene requirements, and for future technology to take most of that strain by designing in security from the outset. In the UK, and I know in Kuwait, we are developing school curriculums to bring cybersecurity into the classroom at a young age, and for cyber essentials to be available in an accessible form for everyone. It should be easy for my parents to manage their online essentials without putting them at risk from scams or hackers. The second level is the engineer or the expert, and we are all short of professionals. And although none of us have yet adequately defined what a professional is or how to become one, I know we are all thinking about this. There are multiple courses, there are diplomas, there are degrees, there are apprenticeships and other qualifications. And as we all try to create these definitions, it's important not to focus too narrowly. Don't box cybersecurity into a corner. The UK's Cybersecurity Council is developing our professional framework and trying to recognise the different professional titles for cybersecurity. For example, you can have anything from a security tester or an architect designer or somebody that understands strategy or raising awareness. And you apply different levels of skill to that in order to create a professional framework. With that, professionals can be chartered. It can be backed by an ethical framework. And it can also be backed by a framework for careers and learning, and an outreach programme for schools and for diversity. And they've just published their strategy, and I commend that to all of you. And if we combine that with the NCSC's existing programmes, we begin to see the impact it will have developing the professionals of the future. To encourage the uptake of computing and technology in schools, a current pilot scheme awards status to schools in the UK who show they prioritise the teaching of technology and cybersecurity. The Cyber First programme provides bursaries to for work and experience for students who are interested in a cybersecurity career. And the Cyber First Girls scheme provides the excitement for girls of 13 to test their cyber innovation against girls from other schools in a national competition, all hosted in industry and government buildings, and giving them a chance to talk to those professionals at a really early stage. If you add this to our apprenticeships and degrees, it feels like there's a lot going on. But it's still not enough, so we need to look at that reskilling, late entry, people coming back into the workplace after time out. And we need to understand aptitude too. Are we testing that effectively? As well as recognising that soft skills and neurodiverse skills, culturally diverse backgrounds and technical skills all have their role to play. We must ensure that skills obtained through a variety of ways can be recognised and cross-referenced internationally to ensure people and their knowledge can be understood and accepted globally. Whether your baseline is CREST or NIST, they are pretty similar, frankly, and both can be adapted to suit local circumstances. But the point here is to help create a qualified set of professional standards which can be recognised by all, but not necessarily be too prescriptive about how you obtain them. And the third level, of course, is leadership. How to make sure that the leaders of the future, the CEOs, understand what the advantages of having cybersecurity running through their organisations, what decisions they need to make, how to assess the risk, how to think about the investment that will be needed in their organisations, and how to reach across the sectors to ensure that they are secure within their environment. These are things that sometimes the CEOs of our companies and our other institutions, the leadership is perhaps the last to pick up on some of this education. So it's really, really important we think of it as something that leadership both needs to understand, but also needs to be able to use the analysis that is provided in order to make the best possible decisions. And just briefly to address the other theme of this conference, research, I am proud of the development of the UK Academic Centres of Excellence, universities, which are recognised by the NCSC for their teaching and research in cybersecurity. And some have been specifically developed as research institutes, led by a notable academic figurehead, with specific areas of cybersecurity research in their institute. I know they seek partnerships with international counterparts to ensure that the best of cybersecurity research is based on trusted collaboration. And I'm delighted that several UK universities are represented here today to demonstrate just how important that international collaboration is. So for my role, I have 5 key strategic objectives. One is I work in relationships between governments and governments. As the ambassador for the UK government, my first key role is to create those government-to-government links where partner governments are seeking to build their capability using UK industry. Whether it's cybersecurity on a national scale through a creation of an NCSC equivalent or skills frameworks or security operating centres at the heart of key government functions, most governments would want some sense of the quality and the capability of the things they are buying. And my role is to help open those doors for partner governments and UK companies to create that safe space for commercial and technical conversations. Secondly, I want to make sure that we see cybersecurity as a vertical and a horizontal. I want to remove the tendency to see cybersecurity in a silo, something that's thought about as a separate institution, a bit like the fire brigade. You're rather relieved it's there, but you'll call upon it when you need it. Cybersecurity should be included in all of the sectors that we think about. Finance, transport, healthcare, energy, future technology. There should be cyber elements running through all of this. A trade mission for healthcare products needs to include a cybersecurity element, and I cannot think of an industry where cybersecurity is not a critical enabler. The third objective is to help small and medium-sized enterprises go from what I would describe as good to great. So in the UK, we've got 1,800 active cybersecurity companies, but 91%, so nearly all of them, are SMEs with fewer than 250 staff, and many remain and intend to remain really very, very small. 57% of them have under 10 people. Now, some of those want to grow until they're bought out, but many, I think, have an idea or a product that's unique. They want to remain independent and innovative. In addition to supporting big companies, I want to make sure that small and medium-sized enterprises have that opportunity to grow. And that means both improving the information on our websites and helping them understand that route to market, but also helping to make sure they find the right partnerships. Because cybersecurity is such a broad array of products, no one organisation will have all the pieces of the jigsaw. So where are your partners? Where are your partners? They may not be from the same country as you, but they can fit together as part of that jigsaw. So I want to make sure they get those opportunities. My fourth pillar is to think about defence cyber exports, and my department is defence and security exports. Now, our militaries do also have to operate in cyberspace and to protect their capabilities. And we work with partners who also have the same objectives. And sometimes we will work with them in times of conflict, but it may be in times of humanitarian assistance that we're finding ourselves working with partner defence services. And I want to make sure that as we protect our future digital capabilities, that we can nevertheless work with partners and understand how these work together. So there's an important pillar there of how our defence capabilities and cybersecurity protection is something that we think about in connection with our overseas responsibilities. And finally, that last question of what trade has got to do with it, well, I do want to ensure that whenever there is a conversation on cyber or the cybersecurity, whether we're talking about skills and education or research or policy or capacity building or international collaboration, all of these things are led by my colleagues across government, but we do need to recognise that they will all be fuelled by a powerful industry. I think that applies in any country, but of course I'm looking at it through the UK lens, and I want to make sure that trade is an important underpinning thought behind our discussions on standards and how we're going to grow and deliver our national strategy. So to conclude, in the ITU's Global Cybersecurity Index and other global indexes, the UK is ranked second or third in the world. And I think we are recognised for our thought leadership in cybersecurity, on which we've built a reputation as that centre for innovation and academic excellence, but also for competence and trust. And the future of the UK's position, indeed the position of any government with an ambition to be credible and influential internationally with a seat at that top table, depends on the continuing success of the cybersecurity industry to grow and be deployed throughout the world. At the end of the day, what we all really want to do is to keep our citizens and businesses safe at home and overseas. And in this global village, we know that a cyber attack on one is a cyber attack on all. You only have to look at SolarWinds or Colonial Pipeline or Log4j, and that tells you all you need to know. So the more we can do to be at the forefront of creating that global cybersecurity ecosystem with products and services that we trust, then the better. Cyber power will fuel our prosperity and it will defend our nations. Cybersecurity is at the heart of that cyber power, and innovative industries are critical for cybersecurity globally. And that, I believe, is what trade has got to do with it. So I thank you for your opportunity to speak today, and I do hope that you will enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Juliet Wilcox. And now we have Mr. Amo Kalar, the Deputy Head of the Cyber Department at FCDO in the UK, to talk about responsible cyber engagement and influence.
Hello, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. I haven't worn a tie today because I saw so many coders, young buzzy techies in the room, so I either apologise or are very happy not to be able to, not to have to do that today. It's lovely to be here in Kuwait, a place that I last visited in 2014. I'm Amo Kalar and I'm the Deputy Director of Cyber Policy in the UK MOFA, so your equivalent is the MOFA. We call it the Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. It's a genuinely fascinating job, actually. I'm sort of responsible for international engagement on cyber, so talking to governments, and increasingly industry, standards bodies, civil society, and those that rely on the rules of the road that Juliet just referred to earlier on. It's also my job to help establish that network of responsible cyber powers, fellow responsible cyber powers that we talk about in this kind of whole of government, whole of cyber, whole of society approach that our national cyber strategy sets out. I also lead as the international lead within Pillar 4 of the National Cyber Strategy, so that's all about working with partners like our Kuwaiti friends to build that global influence around what represents responsible cyber power, responsible behaviour in cyberspace. But I couldn't do this alone. I rely on about 2,500 diplomats that my government has posted in more than 150 countries around the world. But I've also got a very secret asset, a network of 105 cyber diplomats who are posted from Sao Paulo to Tokyo. And our friend and colleague Jonathan Jewell plays this role across the GCC. He's with me here in Kuwait today. And we're putting him to work straight away in the next session on CNI and securing CNI and the UK Cybersecurity Book of Knowledge. So I just wanted to say thank you, probably the third or fourth, but I think it's required, to the organising committee of CERC, including CITRA, KCST, KFAS, Kuwait University, and of course the British Embassy, for putting on what has already been, I think, an informative event. And it's really excellent to see so many of you at the Turing Club reception that was held in such pleasant surroundings last evening. A really interesting and aptly named club, which I'm encouraged more of you to attend. The room was pretty packed last night, but I'm sure our organisers have got space for more. I think quite a lot remains the same since my last visit, actually. The strength and depth of that 120-plus-year-old relationship, especially across defence and prosperity, the warmth of our Kuwaiti friends, the coolish breeze during my morning run along the beach, and the food and hospitality still being some of the best in the world. I kind of wanted to start, and I will keep this short, with sort of three bits of good news. Firstly, our cybersecurity ambassador, Juliet, has visited Kuwait twice in 6 months, and this is the first region that she visited to promote this concept of the role of industry and the power, responsible cyber power, so within 6 months, which I think is great. Secondly, I'm not going to take up too much of your time. That's partly because I think because of events like CERC and the Turing Club, and really the kind of leadership that Peter Bowman, our First Secretary, our Chargé Neil, David, Margaret and others, and our Ambassador Belinda's commitment to cyber means that you can kind of come to the embassy and discuss cyber with us whenever you want to, right? It's not that closeted bit of the embassy. It is genuinely an open conversation that we want to have with you. But I'm also not going to take too much time because I kind of feel like a bit of an unpopular, dare I say it, filling of a shawarma, which is between Juliet and the amazing Dr. Reem Al-Shamari sitting there on the second row. You know, she's a really great example of our Women in Cyber Fellowship. And this is she's one of our fellows, one of our alumni, and clearly, in addition to some amazing things like being the proud mum of kings and princesses, senior role in the Kuwaiti Oil Corporation, of course, continuing to support that fellowship. And I'm really pleased that this year we will select, as Juliet mentioned in her remarks on diversity and inclusion last night at the Turing Club, that at least 3 further individuals from Kuwait will move forward to the next stage of the fellowship. And I think that number will only really grow. And Juliet referred to it, so I'm not going to spend too long on it, but I think the third bit of good news, and this might not have could have crossed your radar, is really to congratulate our Kuwaiti friends on the election a couple of weeks ago to the ITU Regional Council. And I think particularly the award of a sort of gold medal by the Secretary-General. And really thank you for your support to the UK's success at the same time. There is a lot of need for us to do more together in this new forum of cyber competition and cooperation for a reason that I will describe. So I think, you know, there's been a real sort of positive story around the impact of diversity, and that sort of takes me to the core of my pitch to you, that as age-old firm friends, we have a joint interest in working together as responsible cyber powers, both in Kuwait, but also across the GCC and the region where particularly Jonathan, but also our friend from the Science and Innovation Network operate. I'm very keen that you speak to them throughout this conference. That diversity is important because, you know, the threat has become equally diverse, as Professor Khalid talked about at the beginning. For example, ransomware is likely to cost global business and governments close to £250 billion over the coming year. And that's a figure that's multiplied fivefold throughout COVID. And we know that the state-linked hackers that did so much damage recently in Montenegro and Albania, where the UK and its partners made an attribution, can, will, and unfortunately are targeting Kuwait and others in this region. So that risk is real. And as we've discussed with various parts of the government here, and industry and academia over the past few days, the threat spans the games played by our children, our e-wallets, and all the way up to that critical sort of energy and oil and industrial control systems level, which I know that Jonathan is going to focus on in his piece. So I think it's our joint responsibility, actually, to improve our resilience, and that's for everybody in this room. And that's part of why some of the discussions with our Kuwaiti friends have been around the UK support in building a national cybersecurity centre so we can, again, improve our collective resilience. The other thing that Professor Khalid talked about earlier on was really around Pegasus and the proliferation of commercially available cyber tools, which are at the core of a complex debate that we can discuss maturely as friends around the multilateral export control regime system. These are really kind of powerful tools, relatively unregulated, that states can acquire and use for positive but also less positive purposes. So we need to, we need to kind of work together to provide a level of assurance of end use, given the confidence and for states to transfer technology, but also in Juliet's world, I think facilitate legitimate exports around the world. And we are concerned about the continuing efforts of some states to undermine and discredit these regimes. So as our national cyber strategy and the precursor, the integrated review, put out, we are in a new era of geostrategic competition, which really does play out in this part of the world. And nobody is secure until we are all secure. So finally, I also want to ensure that because of the whole of society and the whole of cyber that we referred to in that presentation is kind of clearly one of the priorities. We also would like, as we move beyond a national cyber security centre, to support you, as we have done with other partners around the world, on the co-production of a national cyber strategy. And I do hope that we can build that together from the ground up, including through some of the ideas that have been set out today. So I really don't want to repeat, but I will endorse fully Juliet's breakdown of the power of the research, the UK strengths, and the 3 levels of education required in the cyber ecosystem. I think my additional take is only that we need to work even closer together. And I was really surprised, actually, yesterday when our friends Chairman Omar and Director Layali of CITRA proactively raised with me, well, what actually are you doing at places like the UN, where much of my team do their work? And I think for us, collectively, that means protecting and promoting our interests within and throughout cyberspace. That is what we call cyber power, but also at stages like the UN, where Russia is looking to pursue its notions of cyber sovereignty, and the ITU, where China is using its considerable economic clout to subvert global technology and digital standards towards maybe less democratic aims. So we should be collectively using the broadest suite of diplomatic, technical, people-to-people research and wider links to achieve that cyberspace that is free, open, peaceful and secure. And as we are doing through some excellent work within the GCC Secretariat, we do need to replicate, led by Kuwait, this work within the region. And everything that I have seen this week from across the Kuwaiti system excites me about the future of our cyber and digital partnership. And I've got every confidence that we're on a track as bright as my daily run along your wonderful beach. So thank you very much for having me, and have a wonderful rest of the conference.
Thank you, Mr. Omokalar, and do remember that a shawarma actually needs all its components together or it wouldn't be a shawarma sandwich. So, and now I'd like to welcome our second keynote speaker, Dr. Reem Shamiri, co-founder and board member of Women in Cybersecurity Middle East here in Kuwait, who will be doing the fireside chat along with Ms. Julia Wilcox, and is moderated by Professor Khalid Al-Baqai. Thank you. Yeah.
Reason, because we have a keynote speech by Dr. Reem Shamiri, who asked me to do it in a different way, because she likes to talk like face-to-face, heart-to-heart to people, rather than reading slides. So we do it in this format, and we will be joined again back with Dr. Juliet Wilcox in this talk. I have chaired over 35 conferences. I introduced hundreds of speakers. Today I tried to make a small note to introduce Dr. Reem, and it was very difficult. If I want to tell everything I know, not only read, but I know about Dr. Reem, I think I will take the whole session. Dr. Reem is one of the pioneers, the founder and partner in the major gender equality organizations, Women in Cybersecurity in the Middle East. She works as a digital transformation leader at Kuwait Oil Company. She led many projects to help basically nurture and make people understand the importance of cyber in the energy sector in Kuwait and internationally. She represented Kuwait locally, regionally, and globally. The last was to present at the UN General Assembly a case for women in cybersecurity. Of course, lately she was honored by Kuwait Oil Company, her mother company, by the CEO as well as the deputy CEO. And while honored, I heard something about her that I like, and I would love to repeat, if you allow me. The deputy CEO said, there are people who are +1. They are plus. Some people are minus. Dr. Reem Shamiri is a multiplier. Whatever she participates in gets multiple effects, gets multiplied. So we are very pleased to have you with us, Dr. Reem, and thank you for joining us. Of course, thank you, Dr. Juliet, again for joining us for this session. You will give us the global aspect of whatever we are going to discuss today. So let me start with one important thing, something that has been repeated from the beginning of the sessions. I think I mentioned it, but most importantly, it seems to be part of the UK strategy. And I think you are coming from industry, one of the most important industries in Kuwait, the oil business. What's the importance of building national cybersecurity capabilities? How do you see this as importance, but also not doing it as a risk?
First, thank you so much, Dr. Khalid, for the amazing introduction. I'm really privileged to be here and again contributing within our country, Kuwait, in this amazing conference when we see the collaboration of different entities, stakeholders towards one mission, which is the building and raising the awareness, and of course, inshallah, collective initiatives towards raising the cybersecurity maturity within our country, Kuwait. So looking at the cybersecurity capabilities, and like Ambassador Juliet has referred in her keynote, and even in the welcome addresses by our respective guests here and the founders of CERC, it's more like a cohesive collective of capabilities. It's not just cybersecurity, like where the UK have updated their national strategy and omitted the word security, so it's more related to building the cyber power, building the cyber capabilities. So it's not just about cybersecurity. It's getting injected the cybersecurity as an enabler pillar throughout different components within our operations, within our society, within our education system, within the regulatory, and of course within our communities as we collectively work. Because again, as you have referred here, Kuwait income is depending on the oil, and the oil sector contributes to more than 93% in its national income. And our oil sector is recognized as a national critical infrastructure, which Jonathan will be talking about later on. And the impacts on cyber attacks, which is increasingly on the rise. They are never getting any easier, more sophisticated, and we are competing collectively to be able to defend and raise the awareness and utilize our human factor, not as the weakest link, however, as the strongest link, by investing them thoroughly through our different initiatives. Again, that's a huge importance for us, that we raise the maturity of our national infrastructures, as well as throughout the community and the different components of our society and our country.
Julia, do you see that there is enough effort to create this capability that is needed?
Well, I think it's not working. No? I'll borrow yours. No, thanks. So I think, as I mentioned earlier, I mean, just noting the vacancies, the jobs that are not being filled, shows that there isn't enough capability, but that's just based on the calculation of those who understand the requirement. When you think about how the world is changing rapidly, and I think part of it's the technological advance, so what is going to be digitized, what is going to be the way that we run our industries and our lives more effectively. Every train that you build in future will have hundreds of points of connectivity. Every your transport or your energy sector, they're increasingly rushing towards the total digitization. So there's one thing about the technology increase that we need to manage. Then if you layer on top of that the risks, which are becoming more inventive, so people rush to create, then the sort of criminals and those who would therefore want to disrupt that have more of a surface area to attack. It's becoming obviously financially valuable, because data is a commodity that people really must protect, because it's it's both critical for functioning, but actually the loss of that causes reputational as well as economic damage. So it's a really powerful commodity to protect, while at the same time you need to be able to use it increasingly because of the way the world is developing. And I think things like COVID also told us that critical national infrastructure is actually much wider than we might have thought. We're going to start to see an increasing number of things that we must maintain in order to function. So I'm going to move that way. So I think, yes, globally, it is impossible to escape the need for security wrappers. The rapidity of invention might mean that some of this is rather coming too late. It needs to be designed in at the beginning. But I also think that we're going to find that we don't have enough skills. We've talked about that. So we're going to have to work really quickly to find the people who can actually provide this service. Otherwise, we will find that we're losing that battle.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We're talking about developing skills, but also we are talking about an ecosystem. So who are the stakeholders in this game? Who do you think are the main players that should put effort together to build resilience, security, and build the skills?
I will answer this question, Doctor, by asking the audience to kindly raise your hands. أكاديمية من الجامعة أو من الجهات التعليمية. Can you just raise your hand? Okay, so we have academia. This is one of the stakeholders. من الجهات الحكومية or the private sector, can you raise your hand? Number 2, your private sector industry is there. Regulatories and company policies, CITRA, and other entities, not CITRA. Hello. So yes, so these are the stakeholders and community. So I know that Dr. Basil have the Cybersecurity Center and he have also the Hackers Club. We are having the Women Cybersecurity Community, so community is another stakeholder. So you need all of these together where you actually collaborate effectively into addressing the gaps that we're talking about. To work systematically will be very challenging. You need to involve these collective efforts and build the trust among all of these stakeholders, unify the mission. When we talk about Kuwait, and our focus here is Kuwait, all of us and all of these audiences with us coming from the different industries, we will never doubt that they are all aligned that we want Kuwait better. And I believe that all of us has been waiting for these moments. Alhamdulillah, we're going through amazing, promising moments in our country these days. So we are very much thirsty and energized to collectively work and bring Kuwait to the next step in this digital era. So our stakeholders is very much, alhamdulillah, this is a great and promising, picture where we have them all in one forum, and thanks to the CERC where we collectively walk the talk. And actually that's an amazing conference because we need more conferences of that where we can host all of them in one space. I will highly emphasize what Amo has said and the speakers of networking collectively know each other and know about everyone's initiatives and see how we can always multiply the impact by getting us more advanced and more collaborative where we are and will always be stronger together.
Stronger together is a very important word. And you mentioned that in your talk, you highlighted. Can you explore more about it internationally? Dr. Reem was talking about locally in Kuwait. Yeah. But how do you see stronger together as a motto for international resilience and cybersecurity?
Well, it's harder to give a better answer, actually, globally. At the end of the day, we are all stakeholders. There's absolutely nobody in the world who will not be impacted and who does not need more the whole sort of concept of cybersecurity. But where it intersects really importantly is, first of all, at that sort of national strategic level, where do we all agree that we want an open, peaceful and secure internet? And the one that has no borders, but we can rely on and trust to make sure that we can all transact and to kind of live safely online. And that requires governments to have a similar understanding of the way they expect the internet to be used and the standards that they expect products to be in the future. So there's an international level of collaboration there. But if you then bring it down to the collaboration between the equivalents of people in this room, you can start to look at how that government, industry, academia nexus needs to work effectively together. And that, again, is not confined to one country. This is an international space. And I've seen it in the UK where you get these critical centres where there may be academic expertise and research, but they are connected to industry partners locally that drives the interest and the enthusiasm and the projects that the students are undertaking. But those are all things that between them they can see the government and the sort of strategy has said is important. And I see international collaboration too, where good ideas from a company that may have something that's sort of unique or an academic research project can fit together with something that they know that their colleagues have done somewhere else in the world. So, and I've also discovered as I've met people in this world that actually it's an incredibly collaborative environment. There's a lot of mentoring There's a lot of bringing on companies and researchers from sort of the early stages into developing their ideas. There's a lot of collaboration across boundaries with people who might never have engaged before, because I do think everybody recognises this is something that you can't solve in a corner on your own. That team sport idea crosses international boundaries just as much as the risk does. So you know, whatever you think about within your country, multiply it by whatever 190 odd countries, however many Amo talked about earlier. We're all in that together. And I think the risk, therefore, because you can find weaknesses in the system, the risk is where countries have not got the wherewithal to think this through. So again, where we can collaborate to help develop the sort of the strategies and some of the really basic infrastructure and awareness in countries that really haven't got much, I think that would help protect us all globally.
Absolutely. I will move to another topic. I need to use the opportunity of having two distinguished and special ladies at the top of your career, an ambassador for the UK in cyber, somebody who is leading the cyber domain in Kuwait, I say one of the leaders. I'm thinking of that, given that in my university, which is representative to the sector in Kuwait, we have 60% of our students studying engineering and computer science are female. I look at the room, again, we have a good representation of female participants in the conference. So we have good base. However, we have very
psychology, and my heart is almost danced of happiness, and this is our community, and the Kuwaiti community, our culture and our parents has always encouraged us, either engineer or doctor. Adil, we as females or males, there was no segregation between us, but that was always the dream. That's why, alhamdulillah, our culture is always empowering us in the colleges of engineering and science. Women in STEM in Kuwait is scoring very high percentages, and so this is something we are very much proud in Kuwait as a culture being sponsored. Where many actual questions and queries comes from the Western countries, and how come do you have high percentage of women in STEM? And we thank our culture, we thank our parents and our society that has always supported us toward that one. But the challenge is to sustain it, as you have mentioned. We do see that once the women in STEM graduate and get into the careers, and whether it was cybersecurity or STEM or technology, sometimes it becomes very challenging, and it's easier to drop or to withdraw. However, with those passionate and fighter ladies, we continue to move on, and every time we fail, and like Ambassador Juliet said, and it's okay to fail in our startups or in our careers, because failure is part of our success journey. So we need to continue, trying, and we need to continue standing up every time we fail. I haven't reached where I am today if on totally, going one way up. There has been many failures, but every time we do face a failure, I win the lesson. So we lose, but we never lose the lesson when we in that failure, and we become a better versions of ourselves. Again, with the ecosystem, how did we sustain that? We have a full ecosystem within our society. We have our family who support us. We have our mentors who always give us the tip and cheat sheet, as we call it, of what we need to do and how we can tackle that, instead of us experiencing them, all of these hurdles. Actually, they give us this recommendation and guidance, which they have learned throughout their 20 years. So I highly believe in the mentorship that Ambassador Juliet has mentioned, and I participated also in ITU mentorship in the United Nations, because I'm a person who has grown to where I am with the mentees, guidance with the mentees, investment, their time and their efforts within us. So mentorship is crucial. Having your ecosystem of family, of women in cybersecurity group can be also a security and a safe place for women to reflect, to share challenges, and the challenges will be shared back. I recall a story that in one of our global roundtable sessions, we have shared many of the challenges, and one of the executive women leaders there from an European country. She said, I wish that I was in similar roundtable 6 or 7 years ago when I was just newly the only woman in that room, and there were male-dominated, and I have been treated with away as a minority. If I was in this roundtable and listening to these success stories or to these challenges and how you have reacted to it, my response at that stage would be very much different, would be very much positive to make me more even rebelliant. So what we're saying here is that you need to invest in these forums of communities, because we have seen that with such forums, ladies are being multiplying. They are transforming into not only becoming a members, they are being in the passenger seat, they are moving toward the driver's seat. They are becoming, rather than followers, becoming leaders and stretching their skills within our WIXME and within similar community as well. So it's again collectively, and like Ambassador Juliet has said, it's a team sport. Again, us to sustain and be in that challenging game, we need to have all of these factors and components helping us to be still there and to survive this journey.
Well, absolutely. You are somebody to look at. You are an inspiring person, and I hope that a lot of ladies and our students will look at you and see that, yes, with determination, with hard work, with effort, of course, with the support, you can reach. Ambassador Juliet, what's your take on this? How can you encourage more female to take that route?
Thank you. Well, I mean, obviously role models are very, very important. I guess you can look at it, you go back to the beginning and work out how you can encourage women in particular to take some of the classes that lead into those careers, and we're all working on that from a young age. But I think there are a number of other things that we need to think about, not just encouraging the education. There's something about making it clear that cyber and cybersecurity is actually quite a broad spectrum of things. It's not just about coding, it's not just about the deep technical expertise, although that is there for the people who are interested in that. But there are wider things on risk analysis, on data analysis. There are things to do with sort of planning and awareness and raising, and a kind of wide range of skills that you can think about. So I think that's the first thing, to broaden that scope of what does a career look like? What is on offer? What is the progress that you can make? Because I think women like to understand that as well. They want to sort of see what the next step is, and industrious people and ambitious people will want to see that. The second thing is actually, in where I'm from, sometimes cybersecurity or the cyber hacking and people wearing hoodies and hiding in their bedroom, I mean, it has a sort of an image that is not very attractive. So it's sort of getting over that too. We don't want people to think of this as a job for people who would like to lock themselves away in a corner. I mean, it really isn't like that. Actually, when people get interested in cyber, yes, maybe they will have been at home coding and doing the thing on their own, but where they can be nurtured, and this is men as well as women, but where they can be nurtured and brought into the fold is when they realise that skill can be used for the creation of something interesting and innovative. And I think taking away that image, which is a sort of caricature, and painting it as something which actually provides sort of an intensely exciting and innovative experience is good. The third thing I think is about the way you go about having that working life. And I think that we traditionally do think about women, because of the way that families work, they will at times need to potentially disrupt their careers. But actually in cyber world, you can do that anywhere, really. So that notion that it's an incredibly flexible way of working, it doesn't really need to interrupt the thoughts that you have about your career. So that notion, that fear that might be put into people about whether I can maintain a whole career actually is not there so much for cyber, because there are different ways of approaching your career. So you can kind of take that out of the equation. I think there can be something about the way a workplace feels to an environment that's traditionally dominated by men. So there's a critical mass thing, and I was really struck the other day. I was at a meeting and I looked across the room, and sitting on the side of the table with my colleagues was, apart from me, we had an ambassador who was female, a minister who was female, a regional trade commissioner who was female, the head of our National Cybersecurity Centre who was female, the Cabinet Office Director who was female, the head of the digital media who was female, and in fact the only person who wasn't was Amo's boss. You know, and I thought he probably felt a little bit outnumbered. I wonder what that feels like. And so there's something here about when you get a critical mass of people who you feel are a bit like you, then you feel comfortable. It's that place where you want to be. And I think the last thing I'd say is that thinking about diversity in all its facets as being really critical for the future of the industry. That ability to have a different approach, to think differently, whether it's about your gender, your life experience, your neurodiversity. It really is important that that is a feature of the future of the industry and of the research that you put into it and of the way the government thinks. Otherwise, you'll just be thinking around a pipeline that's just much too narrow for the notion of the things that we need for cybersecurity. So once you've tried to encourage people in, it's what is the world out there that they can work in, and do they feel comfortable working there?
Wonderful, thank you very much. And to finish, there is another topic which I know Dr. Reem is very passionate about, and I know you have done a lot about. It's both important for both male and female this time. It's about encouraging small businesses. I have been here in Kuwait for 7 years. Before that, I've been in many countries, and I can tell you, Kuwait is gifted with a lot of talented, a lot of entrepreneurs. Many Kuwaitis. We had a discussion the other day, said that every Kuwaiti walking the street has an idea for a business in their mind. And unfortunately, not all these businesses, not all ideas get to the level of becoming a successful business. And in cyber in particular, it's something that we tried a couple of years ago in collaboration with our British partner company supported by the embassy and the British government to have a cyber accelerator program. So we got companies or individuals mostly coming, we give them a training to build a company, but the outcome was not really what we hoped for. So I would like to hear from you, from the experience in the UK, and Dr. Reem, from you as well, from your thinking as coming from big major company, how can we build an ecosystem that encourages or helps small companies, entrepreneurs, individuals to succeed and to become one of these 40, you mentioned 18,000 companies in the UK.
1,800.
1,800, even more. So how can we get Kuwait to take the same route and be as successful as the UK?
Shall I go first? So the idea of accelerators and indeed setups like that, I think that's very important. And one of the things, it's almost possibly unique in a way, that government being prepared to put money into that notion of how do you support a company with a bit of an idea, but they're not quite sure where it's going, but they think there's something there, and they don't necessarily know how to check whether there's something viable in what they're trying to do. And so the idea that you can give them potentially a space to sit down and work, access to mentors who've been through this before, a little bit of advice about how to get their product tested for whether or not it's original or not. It's almost a way of supporting that very early seed of an idea. And we have a number of ways of doing that in the UK, and government will pay to sort of back this concept up. But it will, and what it does is it creates that space of experimentation, but it also, and depending on how it's set up, and there's certainly one I can think of in London where the space has lots of different companies, and they have deliberately created this zone where you will go and get your coffee, or where you will have the sort of gathering on a Friday night, and everybody who's working on totally separate things will come together and talk, and suddenly they'll find someone whose work matches theirs, and they're now a new company with a new idea. So and it's a very collaborative environment. I mean, really unlike almost anything I've seen of testing ideas. And so there's that end of it. Then I think once people have a viable product, there's quite a lot of money out there from venture capitalists who are thinking of things that they can develop, and it isn't. There are opportunities. I think there's a gap in the middle though that's quite difficult. The bit before something that it was an idea becomes a product. And venture capitalists themselves are not necessarily willing to take the risk at that point because they can't quite see where they will make the money. And so I think there is work to be done in that middle area. How can you, once you've just got over the idea, but you still need some work to create some space. The one thing I would say, though, is I have seen some really good examples of mentorship by a relatively developed company over some more junior, sort of less developed. And again, I think that's part of the industry there that's very, very encouraging. So I say there's a little bit about creating the ecosystem, knowing when to inject government money and support, encouraging everybody who is in that ecosystem to recognise that it's not a threat to help someone grow, but recognising that it might fail, and that's okay. And then I guess the last bit is there are some very large companies out there who have done very well, but they still don't do it all. The number of different things you need to do to put together a package is huge. So what can they do to partner some of the more junior, early development companies or smaller ones who are trying to grow and get a foothold in the markets? And that idea of finding ways of partnering larger and smaller companies together to help carry them along the journey. I've seen some good examples of that. I'd like to see some more.
I would love to build on what Ambassador Juliet has said, because we have seen through the UK Gulf Fellowship program the various live examples and success stories in the UK where we have seen such places actually become as incubators for these startups and give them the, train them through boot camps how you can really own your system, because only having an idea will not make you strive and sustain your success. So they were going through boot camps of how you can promote, how can you market. They were given the stability and that secure, safe place to network, and they were even given how they can secure funds from the country, from the companies and even the major players through these channels of incubators, where they, even when they grow bigger and become like a unicorn, they will be able to sustain that success and not to fade away. The challenge here, what we can see in our region, is that we do have brilliant ideas, and yes, it is true that every Kuwaiti have an amazing, brilliant idea. But we need such incubators here to sustain them, to embrace them, and to mentorship through the way where they can really take that idea into a success story and sustain it, where they can grow from an idea into a unicorn and inshallah even a global leader in his business and in their areas. So we would love to replicate such success stories between UK, and we have Jonathan here. He might even initiate such the new generation, which will be the potential future leaders and our holders of the business, where they can succeed and they can lead in this digital era. So we are in the right place, but all what we need is collectively and the right powers to collectively work, invest in these new generations to lead and to thrive.
Thank you so much. I hope that this conference will be a kind of platform where this idea can grow, and maybe in the next time we present together a good proposal for incubator collectively by all parties. I would love to continue for a long time. Really, I'm enjoying this, but we have to conclude. So I'd like to give very brief, a golden takeaway for the listeners about this.
So the rule of giving takeaways or golden takeaways is only always to stick to 3, because I don't know why, but human mind, as I've been told, that they always forget the others. So I'll summarize with 3 main golden takeaways. Be passionate and never stop learning. So be passionate in learning. I learn every day, even with the PhD, even with being Harvard alumni, even being a leader in the energy. I never stop learning from everyone who's around me. Just looking at students, when I was coming into this conference auditorium, I've been learning about them, I've been asking them, and I get so excited when I see the young generation, being a mom myself. So learn from everyone, never see them like I am superior. I learn from my 9-year-old daughter, and at this age they are very challenging and have great debates. So we learn from them. This is number 1. Number 2, the work-life balance. That's a killer for women leaders, for many passionate of us leaders. uh, the balance itself as a word is tricky, and sometimes it gets you into self-reflections and self-guilt. The thing that I have learned through, again, our community and our Women Cybersecurity Conferences, where I have moderated a panel of global women leaders from all around the world. And I was always seeking, how can I have the peace of mind of becoming a leader and a better mom and in my family. So they said, Reem, lose the word balance. It's never a balance. Balance means 50-50. So look at it as integration between your work and between your life. There will be like a musical notes where there will be peaks and your work will need you, be present. And there will be peaks where your family will need you and you need to be present. And among all of that, you can perform and you will never have to go with the self-guilt. So instead of the work-life balance, think of it as the work-life integration. And I know that from that day, I've been a little bit with better peace of mind. The last thing is that we are, and again, always stronger together, make best of how you can multiply your success by seeing all around you who succeed with you, cheer for them, try to build, collectively, because we are as strong as we move as together. And cybersecurity is never now a community or a pillar by itself. It's within all our communities, within all through the stakeholders. So work as a team member, collectively collaborate, and contribute to make this country better, inshallah.
That's impressive. I cannot stop saying thank you. Dr. Juliet, final words?
So my 3 words, I think trust, collaboration and diversity. And trust because we want to make sure that we trust both the products we have, the partners that we have, and even zero trust is about knowing what you can trust and accepting that you can't trust other things. So there's something that word trust has come up so many times, and that ability to understand, what you're doing, why you're doing it, who you're doing it with, and trusting them. The second on collaboration, nobody's got the answer to this on their own. So whether it's that collaboration between industry and government and academia, whether it's the international collaboration, whether it's collaboration between government and society, whether it's just within a family, you working with your other family members to get this right. The collaboration absolutely at the heart of all of this. And then the last thing on diversity is just because it's so important to the creation of our future products, of our understanding of what society needs, of making our industries and our expertise full of the widest possible range of thinkers and doers and actors, and indeed the products as well, so that we're not sort of reliant on single sources. So diversity in all of its facets: people, thinking, style, approach, products.
Well, ladies, it has been a great privilege to be with you on the stage today. Thank you so much, and thank you everybody for listening. So thank you, Dr. Reem. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I think you can stay in the stage just to give you something to...
Okay, well, we don't want you to leave the stage just yet, because, Professor, you're about to be awarding these wonderful speakers. Mr. Al-Kalar, you should get up on stage as well.
Juliet, thank you so much. Something to remember this conference. Amo, please. Thank you so much.
And a group photo. Thank you so much, guys. All right, guys. Well, we are going to give you a short break, so please be back here by 11:10, I would say. Thank you.
Test 1 2 test. Test 1 2 test.
व्हाट्सअप नहीं चल रहा कोई तो मुझे मोबाइल है उधर टेबल पे चले कितना 4 है 4 speaker hey how are you yes.
I'm Naif. I'm checking my slides today.
Okay, I'll just yes.
There's nothing that can I step on, so I can see everyone.
I
like
wish
this.
we could.
Hello.
Four speakers, right?
Test 1 2. Test 1 2. Test 1 2 test. Test 1 2 test. Test 1 2 test. 3 number 3. Number 3. Number 3. 3. Test 1, 2, 3. 3. Four. Test 1, 2. Mute mat kar bhai. 4. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Test, test, test. Test 1, 2, test.
session عشان بيقولوا أنا welcome back to the first session of the final boxes and whatever, then I'll call you. All right. Okay? Okay. Yeah. Plus, as you can tell, nobody's back. All right? Yeah, it's working. Well, welcome back to our first session. For those of you who made it back, I'm hoping everybody else will join us momentarily. So this session primarily focuses on securing critical infrastructure. And I'd now like to welcome Engineer Naif Jassim Al-Awali from the Kuwait Information Technology Society to discuss the quantitative risk assessment for IT assets, cost-effective enterprise framework for adopting security systems. Please join me on stage. And then you drop this. Yeah. Just off into yeah.
Always.
Yeah, always.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I apologize for my voice. I have a problem in my throat. So hopefully I can do as much as I can on this presentation. And I would like, on behalf of Kuwait Information Technology Society, to express my sincere gratitude and appreciation for the organizers of this event, Kuwait College of Science and Technology, CETRA, KEFAS, Kuwait University, and British Embassy. You know, these days we have too many, numerous, fantastic cybersecurity solutions in the market. CISOs, managers, and senior cybersecurities have to decide which one to purchase and which one to adopt, and this is not an easy task. And based on what? Which raised the question, which I called the 1 million Kuwaiti dinar question: how much we spend on cybersecurity solutions. And this is our journey in this presentation. Before I go through, I would like to highlight one of the important terms in cybersecurity, which is cybersecurity posture. It's about the security status for any entity and its readiness of all available resources that will help protect the entity, starting from people going to hardware, software solution, policies, and their capabilities, and to manage and to respond. This is very important indicator for any entity to know its current cybersecurity posture. When it comes to the risk management, if we do a proper risk management and a proper risk assessment, we will end up of identifying vulnerabilities available for any corporation or for any entity, which result in resolving such vulnerabilities in any strategic or in any model that will be followed. And at the end, I will raise the strength of the cybersecurity posture. And that's why we started with the cybersecurity posture. Which one to be selected? When we go and just bring some highlight of the market and some numbers, we can see there is a report by IDC stating that percentage of IT budget on security, when we say security, we mean cybersecurity in this case, they classified the entities into 4 categories. and we can see that the realists having 14% spend of the cyber security. Another spending strategy, we can see there is another report having 4% of entities' revenue must be spent on IT. So whatever the revenues coming from any entity, by the end of the year, they have a plan to spend 40% of their revenues. Deloitte also delivered a report which concluded that 6% to 14% of IT budget on cybersecurity. So there are numbers from different strategies is adopted, and those are indicators from the market itself. When it comes to the academia, cost of protective measures intended to prevent loss of assets not exceeding the amount of asset itself. I should not put much more money on values that is much more than the asset itself. Another literature said, an analysis derived that the optimal amount to be invested less than 37% of the expected asset losses. Or there is a percentage here which has to be much less than this percentage. Theoretically, we concluded a model based on those two literature, and we formed in a scientific articles how can we deliver an abstraction level of framework that represent such percentages. This is in general the proposed mathematical model. We can see that security solution should be less than the asset valuation. And the other equation say that security solutions or inequality, 37% of asset valuation. We end up with security solution should not be equal or exceed the percentages transferred to a combination of F as a function plus total asset value. I don't want to go to deep mathematical representation of that, but this is our conclusion. At the end, what I would like to deliver is an awareness that we should not exceed such a values. But going back, how can we compute and calculate this value vary, and this is what we proposed in this model. So if we can take it into a generic term, is it really wise to purchase a safe with 100 KD to save 1 KD? It's not. It's absolutely not. So in a case study, if we consider it a case study, if we have, in some entities, they have too many, we call them pillars or major pillars, or those who have a word and can decide how much to spend, or can decide, for example, what is best for the entity from cybersecurity solution perspective. You have a consultant, you have the board members, and you have your cybersecurity team. All of them are contributing in delivering and proposing cybersecurity solutions. But if we accumulate all of that, how much is the cost? Cybersecurity solution, it has a numerous, but sometimes even $millions if we need to acquire a very solid solution and to have a stronger team. In this case, I need to spend a lot, but does it work? Shall I go ahead with and accept all of these recommendations from the consultant, from the team, from the board members? Which one should have the priority? The priority will be determined based on the asset value. So is it easy to quantify the assets? And when I mean the assets, those assets that is that is secured by the cybersecurity solution. For example, a PC is locked in a room that doesn't represent an asset to be quantified, because the regular or the traditional lock will not consider as a cybersecurity solution. If I want to spend a single dinar on a specific solution, I need to consider those systems that will be protected by this solution and try to quantify them. And I may raise a question: does anyone here in this hall know how much a single database worth in Kuwaiti dinar for any of his database in his system? Does anyone know here? Anyone know how much a database worth in Kuwaiti dinar? For example, or maybe the loss of that database will worth this much. Or maybe a record inside this database worth this much. It depends on many things, but did we consider that in our strategic or in our cybersecurity strategic? We need to consider, because this is not coming from ourselves. It's not coming from my perspective. Rather, it's coming from the science. All what we did here in this presentation, we deliver the awareness and we present our theoretical model for this regards. And this is very important for anyone who's working in this area. Please do not go and deliver cybersecurity solution to your system without knowing how much this system is worth. I cannot afford to deliver 1 million Kuwaiti dinar solution for a database worth 100,000. This is not the right, if the losses of that asset will cost me this much. Of course, in the deep details of the mathematical model, you will have other factors that affect the loss of that asset beside the quantification of that asset itself. So which one to implement in this case and why? Not because it's coming from the board member, not because it's the greatest, not because it's the best, but there must be somehow a pending request. This request has to be pending. And we don't want to go and rush ourselves. We need to prepare ourselves from now. Because when it comes to urgently implement a cybersecurity solution, maybe we don't have the time to do the assessment for our electronic assets or any assets that is secured by an electronic solution or a system. We need to really to take care about that, and we need those who have the right to deliver rules and regulations, to deliver this kind of awareness, to deliver such kind of a framework or a model, at least to guide all entities and to capture these things. At the end, some say juniors or seniors, those who have tackling all the cybersecurity responsibilities, may end up with a question: why did you pick up this software? Why did you pick up this solution? There are many others. This software is expensive. Sorry. So, but you have your own justification. You have a science valid justification to deliver for them, which is validated and proved by the equations. In conclusion, again, how much do we spend on cybersecurity solutions? It's not a matter of the best. It's not a matter of whom is proposing this cybersecurity solution. It's a matter of the asset itself. We need to have a model, we need to have a regulation, we need to have a framework that guide those who will use the cybersecurity solution, especially when it comes to an audit level. Many auditors ask us regarding that and regarding the money spent, and sometimes the government especially think of what we call cutting the cost. Okay, cutting the cost is as a vague expression, need to be justified. And even those who's working in the cybersecurity, when they adopt security solutions, they need to understand and they need to justify, if I can go for this amount of solution compared to the asset value, go ahead. This is the proposed conceptual framework as an IT asset valuation. First, we go and deliver an IT asset determination. This is the first we need to do it. Then IT asset quantification valuation. First, maybe we cannot determine all the assets will be of a good value, maybe some of them. So we focus on those, try to quantify them, give them a value, and then checking the IT asset valuation against security solutions. Do the comparison according to the equation that we raised. At the end, there will be a decision whether to accept or reject. You can see it is simple, but it's not. Quantifying an electronic asset is not an easy job. Start from now to have a ready and build a base for those who will create the decision or who have an influence to purchase, for example, a cybersecurity solution. Thank you, and just a reminder, security solution cost should not exceed the asset value. Thank you very much, and if you have or you need further readings on the scientific article, it's available for free. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Engineer Naif Jassim Al-Awadi. Ladies and gentlemen, just a friendly reminder to put your phones on silent, please. If you can do that, that would be great. I would now like to welcome Professor Umar Rana from Cardiff University to discuss cybersecurity for OT environments. Yeah, I don't know. No worries. Let's just... Is it working? Let's try the other one. Perfect.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, no
thank you
worries.
very much. Thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum. I actually lived in Kuwait for many years. I went to New English School long time ago before I left for the UK. So it's great to be back in Kuwait. So I'm the Dean of International for in Cardiff University and also the Professor of Performance Engineering. You can see my email there. Work in any work that we do is, the greatest assets we have at a university are students, right? So we have two of our PhD students. Abu Bakr Muhammad is a oil and gas specialist. He comes from Nigeria. He's worked in the oil and gas sector before. Hakan is from Turkey. He's also doing a PhD. Charith and Pete are my two colleagues, academic colleagues. So just to tell you about Cardiff, so that's where Cardiff is located. Thanks. That's Wales, and Cardiff is right towards the end. It's the capital of Wales. I know that Professor Khalid Al-Bagain knows this place very well. And just to give you some statistics in terms of total student population, we have a very large number of international students. Many of them come from the Gulf area, from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, and so on. And you can see some of the numbers. So again, one of the biggest assets we have is our students. So we have at Cardiff a Center for Cybersecurity. The center is recognized by the UK National Cybersecurity Center. So it's a center of excellence. We both have an academic center of excellence in cybersecurity research and education. So we do both. And as was mentioned earlier by Ambassador Wilcox, so we work very closely across the UK with a number of other centers. I know Southampton is also here, and my colleague will be presenting tomorrow. So it's a very multidisciplinary work. So cybersecurity is not just about computer science. It's a whole spectrum from computer science, psychology, engineering, business, economics, very much like the previous talk, law, legal aspects of cybersecurity, social sciences, and mathematics. We also run an MSc program, which has a number of companies on our advisory board, from PricewaterhouseCoopers to Amazon Web Services to BT and so on. So we get advice on them on how we teach our curriculum, how we teach cybersecurity, and we're part of a UK government Petrus Hub, which is a 40 million Internet of Things hub across the UK. And we work very closely with Airbus. We have the Airbus Center of Excellence. Cybersecurity analytics is machine learning and cybersecurity put together. So just to give you some context. These are some of our labs that our students work on. So we have experimental test beds with, these are, the ones in red are servers with PLCs from Siemens and Emerson. I'll talk about that in a minute. We have a SOC environment, Security Operations Center, but we also have other kinds of industrial control systems that our students work on, our PhD and MSc students. And one of the things that we've really tried to specialize on in the last couple of years is on vehicular cybersecurity. So this includes electric vehicles and also autonomous vehicles. So you can see here we have a cybersecurity simulator. You can see right at the end there. So what we have is we have a car driving simulator where you can inject attacks on the CAN bus. So CAN is a controller area network. And you can then run machine learning models on this to do what we call predictive analytics on terms of potential, not just the maintenance of the vehicle itself, but also the type of attacks that you can observe. We work very closely with Thales, which is a Dutch company which has a presence close to us, and we work with them on vehicular cybersecurity, and I'll briefly touch upon that also. So if you're interested in Cardiff, please come talk to me. We'd love to have more Kuwaiti students at Cardiff, and happy to see some of you guys come over and to the university. Okay, so the context of this talk, so operational technology and industrial and what we call ICS, industrial control systems, go hand in hand. So operational control technology is the hardware and software that detects or causes a change through direct monitoring of control of industrial systems. These can be assets, they can be processes, and they can be events. So we can have a whole bunch of industrial control systems in the oil and gas, manufacturing, energy systems, factory automation, and building management. So increasingly, buildings have control systems at managing the heating, ventilation, air conditioning environments. And HVAC systems are also part of the OT environments. And underneath these, we have a number of technologies that support these OT environments. So we can have SCADA, which is the supervisory control and data acquisition. We have Internet of Things, which is becoming more and more significant over time. Remote terminal units, HMI, human machine interfaces, programmable logic controllers, PLCs, and edge controllers, edge controllers can be based on machine learning. So I can put a machine learning algorithm right at the edge of the network, which can then act as a control circuit. So this is something new, which we've just beginning to learn more about over time. And so you can see a paper here that pulls all of this stuff together. So if you want to really have one paper that talks about all of this, yeah, that's one of them. So we've just published this very recently. The most interesting part of all this, right, is that IT and OT are not separate, right? So if you look at these attacks from 2013 to 2021, these attacks have had an impact on these industrial control systems, whether they are prison gates which are wrongfully opened, or IT network was shut down, or a production was stopped, or a water treatment plant was poisoned. All of these involve a combination of IT and OT. And essentially, the IT system is almost always affected. And many people use the IT environment as a backdoor into the OT environment. So you can see here that the box, the colored circle, represents that the IT environment was always affected in this cyber-physical environment, in addition to the OT, the operational technology environment. So they go hand in hand, right? So no longer are these systems separate. The air gap that used to exist at one point often does not exist anymore. And so you can think of it like this, right? If I have a industrial control system like a manufacturing plant, so it can have a number of things here you can see here. So at the top you have a conveyor belt, which essentially has an actuation like a robotic arm. Right next to it sits a local device which can talk to like an edge device that talks directly to the robotic arm. And then we have the production facility itself. So previously, these systems that you can see at the top were air-gapped. You had a programmable logic controller, a PLC, that was used to work with the actuators, the A's in this picture, to manage this assembly line. But by putting this gateway in the middle and the interface to the HMI system, that air gap is disappearing over time. So we are increasingly reliant on back-end cloud connectivity and Internet of Things integration, right? Because so many of these industrial processes are now actually being controlled through a cloud environment that connects directly into these operational technology environments. And increasingly, the kind of protocols that sit within the PLCs and the actuations are things like Modbus, DNP3 CAN, which is the controller area network. So BACnet is the building automation control. So if you have lights in this building, air conditioning, right, that's run on a BACnet, which is a network for connecting automation within this building. We can have field bus, and more people are now beginning to build industrial Ethernet. Industrial Ethernet is a new bus network that connects these different environments. And the other interesting thing that is happening is the increasing use of edge devices as aggregators and edge controllers, because edge devices have increased in their complexity, so more and more of these devices are being integrated into these kind of environments, which again opens up the attack surface. So you can see here, these are some of the technologies, the communication technologies that sit within these environments. So we can have field bus or industrial Ethernet. Profinet and EtherCAT are two very popular standards. So Profinet and EtherCAT are versions of Ethernet, if you're familiar with Ethernet, but these are meant to be used for industrial control systems at a high speed. So often these are like real-time data exchange protocols that can be used alongside these examples that I showed here. You can see also right at the end the kinds of distances that these devices work at. So the industrial control system world is changing, and it's embracing the use of cloud computing and IoT. That's good, right, from the perspective that it enables us to build better industrial control systems, but it's bad because it opens up the potential for cyber attacks. Okay, so that's where the challenge lies. How do we make stuff more usable and more intelligent, but limit the attack surface and manage it in some way? So the other major things that's happening, right, is, very much when you drive your car on the road, your car is like a mobile phone. Because what vehicle manufacturers are saying is that if you have firmware that sits in your car, that firmware can be updated like apps on your phone. This is called over-the-air updates. So you can reflash the firmware in your car. You can do software maintenance. So as your car is driving around the city, right, you no longer have to go into a mechanic to fix the software update on your car. The software update can be made through a back-end network, right? So software updates, so your car is continuously being maintained, very much like the apps on your phone are, right? So again, right, that's great, but it opens up the potential for cyber attacks. So it makes it potentially unsecure, and it also increases the performance. It also impacts the performance. So we have a paper here you can read in more detail, which looks at this kind of ecosystem of over-the-air updates. So you can see here at the top that you have something like a cloud backend, which has machine learning models written in things like TinyML, TinyYOLO, MobileNet. These are machine learning models that can be run on resource-constrained devices, like Internet of Things devices. What I then do is I have a variety of these devices. I can have energy meters, heating, ventilation, air conditioning controllers, which run microcontrollers or MCUs that you can see at the bottom here. And the idea is that all of these devices that sit within your home are constantly being updated. You don't have to wait to change the firmware. The firmware is constantly updated, but that completely changes the dynamics of cybersecurity on many of these environments. Right, so TinyML, which is tiny machine learning, is a version of machine learning which you can host on these small footprint devices. I know there'll be more of this from colleagues tomorrow. And so essentially the context then changes for cybersecurity, right? So the boundary between IT and OT networks is fading. Establishing a demilitarized zone can also be prone to cyber attack. So once we had this concept of least privilege and identity management, so only essential access was given to a software user, but with over-the-air updates and the use of edge devices, this completely changes the game. So if I'm trying to authenticate a device, there'll be a big delay trying to validate it across a blockchain network. So this also opens up the potential for performance of these blockchain systems. Of course, right, edge devices are becoming more and more commonplace. So essentially trying to understand how we could protect these edge devices and prevent disruption for actuators that are used in these systems, again, becomes a challenge. So if I look at, I'll look at one example, then I'll go through one more example in a little bit more detail. So we work very closely with vehicular cybersecurity. So if you look at a vehicle has a number of sensors within the vehicle. I can have power meters, seat positioning, I can have engine throttle. So there are things that control the vehicle behavior, like your entertainment system, the mirrors on the side. But there are also sensors that sit inside your vehicle through something called electronic control units, or ECUs. So every time you press the accelerator, your car behaves in a certain way, right? So this is managed through something called ECUs, so engine throttle position, shaft position, and so on. So there's a variety of sensors that sit within your vehicle, like oil level, oil pressure, coolant temperature, right? These sensors have been there in your vehicle for a long period of time. So what happens is when you take your vehicle to a mechanic, the mechanic connects a computer into the OBD port, the onboard diagnostics port, to see what error messages are available within your vehicle. However, with over-the-air updates, your vehicle will be constantly sending out this data, right, to a cloud backend system. And the thing that has happened is that in addition to these kinds of sensors, we now have a new class of sensors that weren't there before, right? These are sensors for electric vehicles. So these things like the state of charge of your battery on your electric car, the battery characteristics like the voltage, temperature, cycling behavior on your battery, the battery management system, something called cell venting, which is how the individual battery pack is behaving. So this red, the sensors in red, are new types of sensors that were not there before in vehicles. You know what that means, right? All of these things in red are new attack surfaces, which we haven't even thought of yet. So suppose you're driving, suppose you go home, right? You charge your vehicle battery, you go on the road, and there's a virus, suddenly your battery was 100%, right? 5 minutes later, your battery degrades to 20% of its behavior, right? So you can have viruses and malware that can impact everything in red, which we have still to handle, given as we increase the number of electric vehicles that hit our roads. So at Cardiff, so the controller area network, right, was not designed for cybersecurity. It was designed for simplicity and data comms. So in Cardiff, we built a simulator for this. So you can see the simulator here. We've implemented what we call ECUs, or electronic control units, through Raspberry Pi nodes. We have a number of sensors connected to these Raspberry Pi nodes. We have a services gateway. And then we can simulate this by monitoring the behavior of different components of a vehicle, and we can inject cyber attacks into a vehicle and see how these ECUs behave. So we can simulate hundreds of ECUs through the use of an onboard diagnostics unit, which is where the mechanic plugs in their computer, and then we can monitor and analyze what we call short-range communication between the vehicle and roadside units. So we built a simulator which our students use for their research. And you can see the Dell Gateway machine, the PCI CAN bus card that is used to realize this interface. And the last example that I see, this is work by one of my students, my PhD students, who has come in as an oil and gas engineer to Cardiff. So oil and gas sector, right, is very much prone to cyber attack because it's a very high value sector, right? It's the example that lots of people gave examples, right? You know, you only realize something is wrong. Like if you're healthy, you only realize something is wrong when you fall sick. Then you really realize the importance of health. In the oil and gas sector, right, only when you're attacked, you realize how important cyber resilience is. And the issue is, right, it really hurts because there's a lot of value associated with the oil and gas sector. So you can see some of the attacks that took place at the top. So we have a number of attacks over the years. There was, of course, a colonial attack in the US, and also beginning of this year, there was this concept of oil tankers, which are offloading oil in Belgium, Germany, and Netherlands. There was a cyber attack on an oil terminal that was offloading through the oil tankers here. So oil and gas sector has a number of legacy systems. Some fields have been operating for decades, and every second offline has a significant revenue loss to you. A ramp-up time in terms of going back to normal operations can be significant, and this concept of simultaneous operations, that is a single oil and gas facility, is actually being used by multiple people, not just one company. So it has an impact not just on a single organization, but it has an ecosystem working behind it that is also affected. And so it also has to work throughout the lifetime of the field. So this is an example. One of the key challenges with oil and gas is that you have this thing called subsea systems, right? So the idea is you have a cyber physical system, but you cannot access it because the actual physical system is under the sea. So actually physically accessing the system to correct it is really challenging. So that's where oil and gas becomes really challenging. So what you have here is you have a controller here that is it gives you the oil pump that is used subsea. It gives you oil temperature and oil pressure. It has a programmable logic controller, very much like I showed you before, which is a gateway to this remote system. The remote system has an oil pump, it has actuators and sensors. And so the question is, you're remotely monitoring the behavior of the oil pump without having physical access to it. Right? So that's where the challenge lies in many of these systems. So it's remote work during operations and maintenance, an inadequate cybersecurity culture among vendors and suppliers, datacoms using things like Modbus and Modbus TCP, often using legacy and outdated systems. So the upstream sector, the upstream oil and gas installations are the things that are the most vulnerable in this case. So what we've done at Cardiff is we built a simulator, a physical simulator for this subsea oil and gas environment. So we have here a wellhead, and there's a terminology in oil and gas called a Christmas tree. If you're in the sector, you'll know what a Christmas tree is a collection of valves that sit with so this is things like gas injection, injection of water, for example, or removal of water. So essentially here we have a wellhead connected to a high pressure and low pressure separator. They go through different compression stages at the top. And then you have an oil storage facility right at the bottom here. And the red stuff that you can see here are potential cyber attacks that can influence this kind of environment. So you can have the attack motivator, the potential attack, the components that are affected, the consequence of the attack, and what impact it can have, right, on the outcome itself. So we've looked at this within an installation in Nigeria, working with our colleagues there. And so what we have done is, so there's a paper here that you can, which has just been published on particularly looking at cyber attacks for the oil and gas sector and considering it as a cyber physical system. This just came out about a month ago, so it gives you a perspective on what are the key challenges for cyber and the oil and gas sector in particular. So this is the idea. So you have a wellhead, which is subsea. You have a master control station with a human machine interface connected through internet to a operations center that is often onshore. So you have an onshore operations center talking to an offshore wellhead with this kind of Christmas tree model with a number of valves in it. There's a subsea control module, which is an electronic module that talks to the wellhead, and you have a termination unit that then talks to the subsea electronic module. And so the question is, you cannot physically access directly this part, the offshore operations. What you have to do is to install monitoring components that can tell you the state of your remote subsea system and try to predict potential cyber attacks. So again, there's a hydraulic power unit and electrical power unit that powers the master control station. So this paper explains this in more detail. So we've essentially built a test bed for this at Cardiff. So you can think of a system like this, where we have a PLC with Modbus TCP. We have an HMI, which is a human-machine interface, talking through Modbus TCP through a backend router. A router has a firewall with an internet, and then we have an attacker machine. So the idea is the attacker machine is spoofing the onshore operations. So it bypasses the onshore operations by trying to disrupt the behavior of the offshore operation. And then we have a number of field devices. So what we've done is we've looked at different type of attacks on this, from sniffing attacks, packet sniffing attacks, to packet injection attacks, where we try to inject packets with a 100 millisecond cap. We've also tried to expand by inserting new fields into the packet. This is called field flooding attacks, where we've added new protocol data units with 4 additional bytes into the original packet, and looked at the impact that this has on the injection and behavior of the PLC, the programmable logic controller, in managing these offshore environments. This is our physical test bed. So we've used 2 PLCs here. We used a PLC from Siemens, and another PLC which is very common in the oil and gas sector, from Emerson. Emerson is a very big vendor that also works in this area. So we have this PLC with an air compressor, and you can see there the wellhead simulation with a shutdown valve, a pressure sensor, and a temperature sensor that can monitor the behavior of this environment. So the test bed simulates a gas wellhead and the kind of monitoring that you would have within this through using compressed airflow going through pipes. So we actually have a compressed airflow injection into this environment, and an air compressor connected to the pipe inlet, which basically monitors the behavior of how the PLC controls this. All communication is through Modbus TCP. Modbus TCP, by the way, is terrible at cybersecurity, which is one of the key challenges we have today, right? Although we're trying to build a lot of stuff around cybersecurity of components, but the protocols that we use in cyber for this kind of environment are pretty outdated, right? So, okay, so this is the kind of the attack itself. So you can see here we have this is a PCAP, if you're familiar with PCAP. It has a PCAP file, a packet capture file. We can have altered length of packets. We can have injection of new packets. We can have timing delays on packets. And so the idea is that we can do all of this through this kind of testbed that I mentioned before. And of course, we use Wireshark to monitor the behavior of the packets that are coming in. So you can see at the top, the green part is a normal behavior that you would see. So you have a response, a query, response, query, response, query behavior. Everything is normal Modbus behavior. But everything that you see in red is where you have a denial of service attack, which is obtained by packet injection through the use of this Modbus TCP. So you can see you only have a query and there's no response, which is essentially like a denial of service attack. So what we can do is we can run machine learning models on top of this. We can have different type of packet injection with different attack durations. And we created a data set from this testbed, which we've also made public. So if you're a student, you want to do a project in this area, you can also use our data set to train machine learning models on this type of environment. So it's about 127,000 data points with some benign and attack data points as part of this. So here, the thing that you can see here are field flooding attacks with 1 field injection versus 2 field injection, and the duration over which this attack has been created in this environment. And again, we've used very standard machine learning algorithms, but we can also, if you're interested to work with us, do things like deep learning or other type of models, we would also be interested to see how we could use alternative to these more standard approaches to machine learning. Okay, I'll just finish off here. So increasingly our OT environments, which were very much domain of experts, right? So the idea is we had IT environments which were constantly changing, OT environments, which were much more stable. That boundary is no longer there, right? So integration of Internet of Things and edge devices with operational technology gives us a lot more features, right? But it also opens up the attack surface in ways we do not really fully understand yet. Often, many of these operational technology environments work in places where direct access to the hardware is not possible, because they're deployed in remote environments and physically getting access to them may be limited in many ways because they often involve a combination of legacy components with new components which have been added together. This opens up cybersecurity for cybersecurity challenges in a very interesting new way. We need to do continuous monitoring and benchmarking as a way to understand what challenges this kind of environment poses for us. And there's a number of methodologies. I don't have time to go through the last one, but there's a very interesting, so if you watch Netflix at home, Netflix has a very interesting resilience methodology called the Simian Army. And I could do a whole talk on Simian Army, but if you're really interested and want to do a little bit more research, look up Simian Army from Netflix OSS. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Amarana. Our next guest will be discussing securing banking critical infrastructure. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Ross McNaughton from Gulf Bank here in Kuwait. And you got that right there.
Which way is it here? That way. That way. Okay, great.
Is it working?
Yeah, perfect. Great. Well, thank you very much for having me today. I'm Ross McNaughton. I'm the CISO at Gulf Bank here in Kuwait. Today, what I'm going to be talking about is a general industry perspective on banking and the cyber challenges that banking faces over the years. How we staff and deal with these challenges, and also the approach. From a banking perspective, banking has always been targeted extremely heavily. Even in the late 90s, when you had your banana push-to-talk phones, WAP banking, there were cyber attacks then. In the 2000s, mobile web banking, and it's been the organized crime that has been the vast majority of these attacks. All right, okay. In terms of these attacks, you know, about 80%, 90% of the attacks on banking is related to organized crime. Advanced threats do target banks, but mostly organized criminals targeting not just the banks, but the bank's customers. And this is something I'll come back to a lot, is customer focus on banking security is key. Customers put their trust in the banks. They put their money, they put their dreams, their hopes with the banks. And from a cybersecurity perspective, we have to protect that for the customers. So everything that we do as banks to secure is for the customers. Moving forward on that, banks are always constantly trying to improve things for the customers, deliver mobile banking, give the latest updates on your watch, online, so that you can do more banking faster, easier, and more convenient. What does that mean from a cyber perspective? Is it means continual change. Always the banks are having to add new applications, new systems, the latest technology. And with that comes a challenge for cybersecurity, because cyber requires time to become mature, to become better over that time. And with this constant change, the cyber teams have to be agile. They have to be working at the pace of the business, and the business is going constantly for new things. Every year, every month, new features, new capabilities. And risk management, like we were talking about earlier, risk methodologies are key to cyber teams to balance that need to say, we need this absolutely 100% secure, with the need to be fast and develop innovative products for business. Banks are regulated extremely heavily. This is needed. So, because the customers have to have that trust in the industry. Regulators, especially regionally in the last 5 years, 6 years, have started to introduce globally accepted cyber frameworks to allow the customers to have the trust that the industry has the right mechanisms in place to protect their money, and also to allow the banks to be able to manage their business securely and in a consistent manner. But there's a heavy burden on the banks to do this. And I'll come to a bit about that later. That burden is increasing every single year. Regulations are becoming tougher. Control requirements are becoming tougher. Why? Because the attackers are becoming more and more sophisticated. Continual improvement by the attackers in their attack techniques puts additional demand on regulation, and regulation then puts additional requirements onto the banks every single year. What was good last year is no longer good enough this year. What was good last month, no longer good enough. We have to do more. The attackers are coming after us. So how do we do this? Well, banks focus on maturity curves. And this is part of the regulations. Even the financial sector here in Kuwait introduced this concept in 2020 with CBK's cyber framework, which did a huge amount to uplift the industry's maturity around cyber and allow that growth of banking services while still protecting it. It has an approach where you continually improve your controls. You're continually testing them. You're enhancing them over time and making sure that once you've done what you think is great, you go back again and you check, is this good enough again? Because, again, what was good today is no longer good tomorrow. So continual improvement is a theme throughout cybersecurity, and it's one of the big challenges actually for people that are involved in cyber industry, the staff, the people on the coalface of the industry who are constantly battling to stay ahead. How do the teams do this? They have to first actually understand what the business is trying to achieve. If the business is trying to do a mobile app, but the cyber teams are saying no, then the business is going to fail. The customers will go to other banks because customers no longer have brand loyalty. Customers are very focused on what can the bank do for me? What can this financial service provider do for me? So the business has to be agile, and the cyber teams have to work with the business and embed security with the business and bring that awareness to the business professionals. So they understand, look, I want to launch this latest, greatest feature on my mobile banking or my watch banking or whatever the latest thing is, but we need to do so in a manner that the customers, one, are protected, and two, that the bank itself is not exposing itself to more than what it's already accepted is the level of risk from a cyber perspective. Embedding these security processes is key, otherwise what happens is everything grinds to a continual halt. Other organizations, they may have 10 core business applications, things that run their business. Banks have hundreds of interacting applications, all tied together, and that introduces huge amounts of complexity. They're hugely complex bank environments. You imagine 150 application vendors, 200 application vendors, 250 application vendors, all third parties, all having to talk to each other. And all these different vendors have all different security capabilities. Some of them are really backwards. Some of them, like we were talking earlier about in the oil and gas sector, there's zero capabilities for cyber. A lot of these banking products that banks have to use do not have great cyber capabilities. Those companies are still improving their products. And we have to tie them all together as banking security professionals and put them in a manner that still keeps the bank secure. Complexity means it's expensive. Complexity means it's more insecure. Because if you can't understand how you're securing an environment, you can't secure it properly. And again, a lot of the time, banks strive for simplification, consolidation, putting everything together to allow us to understand and better secure the systems. New banking methods I mean, we're seeing the introduction now. NFC is becoming extremely common. Apple Pay, Samsung Pay, being able to contactless access your ATMs, but that introduces, just like other speakers have said earlier, new risks into the environment. For example, ATMs, when they introduce wireless technology, introduces a whole spectrum of issues that banks need to think out, cater for, and ensure that the customers are protected against. Because again, customer trust and customer confidence in the banking industry is key, because it's where they're putting their life savings. And you do not want your customers to have any concerns about where they're putting their hard-earned money. How do we do that? Redundancy, overlayering. I mean, I've had conversations with other cyber professionals and discussing how do we do it in banks, and it's like, what do you mean one antivirus or one set of firewall? We have multiple sets. We have multiple anti-malware controls. We have multiple security controls, all copying the functionality of each other. Why? Because they fail. Security controls always fail, and at the worst possible moment. You look back at cyber attacks that have happened over the last 15, 20 years, there's always been some kind of failure, and it's been the security system. The security system actually failed, so you have to protect against that. And you have to overlap, and yes, it becomes expensive, it becomes costly, but also it becomes a nightmare for these teams to run and manage. And this is why in banks there is so much competition for resources, because they have to be the best. They have to push to strive for excellence because there's so much pressure. Every month, the banking security people, what you did yesterday is not good enough today. You need to learn more. You need to be ahead of the curve. It's a continual learning environment. As Dr. Reem was saying earlier, you're constantly having to learn. If you love the concept of continual learning as students, cybersecurity is for you, because every day you can learn something new. Every day, there's always something you don't know as well. People will come to you, well, what about this? I didn't know that. Every day my staff come to me and say, what about this new issue we have here? And it's like, wow, this is a completely new area. It's come up in the last few months, and you find new subjects being introduced in cyber every month. Last year, for example, API security was the hot topic. This year, it's going to be something else. Next year, it's going to be the next thing. And all the time, you have to learn. Staffing on this then becomes the biggest challenge. And this is, I think, a theme that we've talked about today. The people involved in cybersecurity, we need to develop environments where they feel safe to be able to enjoy their work, grow, learn, and deal with the significant pressure that the job has. I mean, it is a stressful role, especially when you're in organizations where customer protection is key. You're from an organization perspective, you have to protect these staff. You have to tell them, look, it's okay to fail. They feel that burden of having to be perfect all the time, always on. They're constantly thinking. Every news article you get, some new malware that's been issued online, some new threat that is targeting them. Every day, systems that organizations have, vulnerability here, risk here, new target on your security systems. Just last week, big security systems again, vulnerable, and organizations having to rush to fix these issues because, again, it's a time crunch. Everything is about time. Maturity takes time. It takes people. And the people are the key element on this. I cannot stress enough how much we can buy all the tools in the world. We can spend millions and millions of dollars on cyber solutions and cyber tools. If there's no one sitting in the back actually thinking about how these run and operate and actually using these tools, not implementing them, but actually using them, if we don't have the people with the skills, then all of that investment is wasted. It's useless, because what will happen is people will turn on these tools and then they're not configured correctly, and welcome, open your doors to the cyber hackers. So education is key. learning and training and constantly mentoring the staff in how to deal with not just the technical aspects, but the soft skills, the stress management, the time management. These are things that are constant things that we do in the banking sector because we have to protect our customers, and trust from our customers is key. And if we do that as a sector and as an industry, then customers will have more confidence adopting new services and continuing with the financial sector, because it's something that cannot be afforded. And this is why banks are really risk averse. You cannot afford to lose that customer trust. And as a sector, and as a country, the banking sector is key and critical to keep that customer trust in there by ensuring that the top industry players are secure and that they have the right people in the organization. And that comes back to here, the education forums, making sure that it's staffed correctly. That's all I want to talk about today. I hope that was a good overview for you on how the banking sector works. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rosmick. Now I know you're already beating me, so just get on stage. Let's do it. This is Mr. Jonathan Duell, who's going to be talking about cybersecurity, body of knowledge, and to tell us about that, he's right here waiting for me to welcome him right up here. He's the Gulf Cyber Lead at the British Embassy in Riyadh, so welcome. All right. And this is yours.
Perfect.
Awesome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. Pleasure to see you all, and it's a pleasure to be back in Kuwait. I'm based in the British Embassy in Saudi Arabia in Riyadh, so Professor Khalid thanked me for coming. I should be thanking you all to give me an excuse to get some moisture back in my skin, away from the sand in the middle of the desert. And it's a pleasure as well to follow three distinguished speakers. I'm afraid my accent isn't as soothing as Ross's. I hear that the Scottish accent was deemed the most reassuring, and I wonder if that's helpful or a hindrance in your role as a CISO to get people to take the threat seriously. In a few moments' time, I'll be moderating a discussion between the three fantastic speakers we just had on this overall theme of critical infrastructure. But I'll just take a few moments of your time I promise I'm not paid to advertise this because it's free, talk about a fantastic resource that we have in the UK that we've generated as a result of close partnership between government, between industry, and most importantly, academia, which is available for use by all of our partners around the world. And that is the Cybersecurity Body of Knowledge. Designed initially by the University of Bristol, which has a fantastic cybersecurity group. It's now overseen by our Cybersecurity Council in the UK, which Juliet has a close relationship with, and also support from central government. And I'm a representative of the UK's Foreign Office, our MFA, but I also work with our National Cyber Security Centre, which recently had its conference nearby Cardiff, Professor Omar, wonderful part of the world. And the NCSC is our Centre of Technical Excellence in cybersecurity in the UK, generating guidance, but also building trust with academia, industry, and most importantly, the general public. Why do you need a cybersecurity book of knowledge? Well, imagine you're a student looking to apply for a university, and there's all these very shiny brochures out there and very attractive campuses and exciting Freshers' Week opportunities. But how do you know the course that you're going on is going to meet your requirements for your cybersecurity career, depending on your approach, whether that's risk and governance, technology, penetration testing, and so on. And the situation we had around 10 years ago in the UK is that we were lacking both academic and professional certification of what is a truly top quality and assured degree and in due course professional qualification. And a number of issues which I've listed here resulted from the fact that we only had role-based certifications for specific cybersecurity functions, but we're lacking a uniting resource that set out the totality of cyber knowledge that you can then signpost in as many roles as you want. This situation wasn't particularly scalable. If you imagine the number of new cybersecurity roles that have been created in the past 10 years, when it used to just be Chief Information Officer, now it's Op, Tech and Science and so on. Also, we found that foundational knowledge on cybersecurity was fundamentally fragmented. Cyber hasn't just jumped into existence, it's grown up organically through the lessons that we've learned, the papers which many of our distinguished colleagues have written, but also the mistakes that we've made in industry and in government in responding to the attacks which have taken place. And this knowledge, we found it would be helpful to bring it all together in a single place, a one-stop shop, which can be consulted and used to structure some of our knowledge. And most importantly of all, there was no clarity in that path of progression for cybersecurity professionals. I know the industry has only been around for a few decades in its current format, but what we really want is to commit our graduates and our aspirational students to a lifelong career rather than getting snapped up by, God bless them, financial consultancies and other companies that see yourselves, the cybersecurity workers, as amongst the most reliable, most creative, and most resilient. And it's a danger that we have a brain drain from the sector. So this is some of the drivers which brought the University of Bristol to work with us to generate CyBOK. So what is CyBOK? Fundamentally, it's a project that codifies all foundation knowledge on cybersecurity. It's not the book of knowledge, but it is the signpost for where all knowledge sits. So it's available online at cybok.org, that's cybok.org. And under a number of knowledge areas, which I'll come on to in a moment, all things that you can learn about cyber, from SCADA in terms of industrial control systems to personal data protection, has a unique reference point, a unique code and a section within a book of knowledge. And therefore, with this single point of reference, this single mapping framework, you can then identify, when you've set up a cybersecurity degree, which bits of the book, which bits of the body of knowledge do you actually cover. So no more do students have to flick through the prospectus or Control F and try and find, does this truly teach about operational technologies, for example. You can use the Cyber Book of Knowledge, and faculties and universities can, to signpost their information. And this provides a wonderful load-bearing doctrine which we can draw upon in government in order to certify degrees and professionals in the most flexible way. And the most important point about CyBOK is that it's not role-based. The Americans have a system which is. But what we've found, or what our free-to-roam academics have found, is that having thematic knowledge, whereas a subject such as risk management and governance, I've shown on the slide, really does cut across several roles. And yes, your IT risk officer, it might be the bread and butter for them, or the kabsa. Others, including CISOs and even CEOs, need to have a high-level understanding as well. So the knowledge is available online. I'll come on to an example in a moment, but there's a range of other accessible and interactive learning mechanisms which are all signposted on CyBOK. Here it is, the 21 knowledge areas grouped into a horseshoe and central concentric circles. We're talking in this main section about critical infrastructure, and you can see the sort of salmon-coloured circle to the left identifies 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 knowledge areas, from cryptography to physical layer security. And therefore, for each of those phrases, there is a knowledge area and 40, 50 pages worth on CyBOK that says, here are all the key pieces of knowledge and learning that relate to it. Therefore, if you're running a course on infrastructure security, you've got that one-stop shop in order to make sure it covers everything. So here's a little extract from the risk and governance section. It is all rather quite black and white, so I scrolled down so I could find something as interesting as a diagram. But most importantly is, it's not supposed to be something you read through in order to learn. It's that glossary, that dictionary, that encyclopedia of cyber that we've all contributed to collectively. You can even zoom down onto a phrase-by-phrase process. So ISO 27005 is called out there. So this mapping technology is used by the University of Bristol and other universities when they set up their cyber schemes to say, what exactly do we cover on a tactical point-by-point basis to make sure you're entirely transparent when you publicize your course or your cyber professional skills. The main principles of this resource is that it's internationally focused. It's rooted in the United Kingdom, but as our cyber ambassador and Mr. Amo Kalar said, our cyber strategy in Pillar 4 of it is all about raising the water level so that all the ships of cybersecurity internationally can rise on the tide. And therefore it's an international effort, and we've used colleagues from all around the globe to contribute to it. It's also not government controlled. Government funded, of course, as we contribute to all key projects that bring back that social dividend. But ultimately it has academic freedom, which we find is the most helpful. I'm sure you'd agree. This is an audience that might agree. Thank you very much. Our central government might worry about that, but I've got the right audience here. Ultimately, we can't have a top-down model. We have to let organically the knowledge be corralled and assembled. Most importantly, of course, it's transparent. The entire methodology of CyBOK is publicly available, including the edits to it over time. There won't be a single book of knowledge that sits on the shelf, and even if there was, it will be outdated within a few weeks, let alone years, and therefore changes are also publicized. There's no paywall, there's no login. You're welcome on cybok.org. I'll get a piece of credit for every hit, I hope. You're welcome to explore it and also to use it for your own purposes. CyBOK is published under something we call the Open Government License, which means as long as you attribute it back to the University of Bristol, you can manipulate, translate, and use it for your own purposes, be they public sector for the common good or even private sector for the portfolio of your individual company or organization. I've mentioned academic independence, which I just want to restate is so important to us in the UK. The last thing you want is the professors not on your side. I'll just give a brief overview to how CyBOK's been developed in the last 4 to 5 years. Most importantly of all, we didn't rush it. It grew up through a series of consultations, establishing thematic leads on each of the 21 knowledge areas. I think it was initially 14, but it's expanded, or 19, and then moved up. And then developed in detail, publicized, checked, and peer-reviewed, just like a scientific theory or an engineering proposal or a blueprint for a building. We think CyBOK is going to be the foundations, albeit virtual, of a lot of security and a lot of critical outcomes for critical infrastructure, and therefore it's so important that we are thorough in this process. Implementation from November 2019 has been in partnership with our National Cybersecurity Centre and with key universities that seek to publish and guide organisations as they implement the benefits of CyBOK. And we continue to showcase and demonstrate it, including myself here today. And I think most importantly, I'm sure you'd agree, is the sustainability of these initiatives, making sure they don't age off. I think the word is link decay for when you're online and your hyperlinks die off. That would be the worst given the amount of effort that's gone into CyBOK. So we're really looking for this to be a living construct which the new Cybersecurity Council in the UK will oversee. I've mentioned about the Open Government License. Anyone who wishes to use CyBOK, you can download straight from cybok.org or contact the University of Bristol team that manages it. I appreciate you listening. I hope you find CyBOK helpful for your own initiatives. If you have any further questions, you can direct them to myself or the University of Bristol. But I thank you for taking a few moments to listen to this as one of our coolest exports for free on the subject of education, research and cybersecurity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan Duell, who is going to actually be our moderator right now for this discussion panel about cybersecurity for critical infrastructure and business. I would like to welcome the panelists on stage, Engineer Naif Jassim Al-Awali, Professor Umar Rana, and Mr. Ross McNaughton. And you guys can take it away.
Testing, testing. Excellent. Professor Omar. All good. Perfect. Well, thank you very much, and welcome back for myself. Distinguished guests, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on this subject of critical infrastructure, I'm delighted and honoured to moderate the panel of the wonderful speakers we've just heard. There was something that I think I picked up from you, Professor Omar, about critical infrastructure. You said, you'll know it when it happens. And I wonder if we only know critical infrastructure when it goes wrong, by which time, of course, it's too late. So that will be my opening question. I wonder if you could each take a minute, starting with yourself, Professor Omar. What is critical infrastructure to you?
Great. Can you hear me? Okay. Maybe not. Great. Thank you. That's a good start. There's critical infrastructure for you. So first of all, great to listen to both my colleagues. I think we built on the similar ideas. So I think critical infrastructure is something that really is core to the operation of modern society. I would place it there. If your energy grid fails, your water treatment plants fails, your school system fails, your hospital fails, all of that is critical infrastructure. It's the systems that we interface with on a day-to-day basis. Critical infrastructure. I'll just put it here. Is that better? Perfect. Cool. So essentially, it's the kind of systems that we interact with. I think the key question for me is that the companies who operate critical infrastructure and sometimes the people who manage cyber might be two independent organizations. So critical infrastructure companies need to build their in-house cyber capability. So we have the National Cybersecurity Center, we have national centers, whose role is to do training and outreach and awareness raising for many of these industries. But the question is, what level of maturity do these industries have to handle their own cyber threats?
Absolutely. What a wonderful introduction. Perhaps over to Ross next. What's critical infrastructure to you?
Well, again, as Dr. Omar said, in critical infrastructure, especially from a financial services background, allows the country, the population to operate. And in terms of securing that and making sure that it is available, resilience is key. Like you said, building that capability in-house, and over time, understanding that the threat is continually increasing is key, because in the last 20 years, I've watched attacks increase 20% year on year. In the last year alone, there's reports talking that ransomware has increased over 1,000% in some domains. But have you seen staffing or commitment over time increase to those levels? No, you haven't. And this is the thing, the industry is constantly evolving. The need for individuals that have these in-house skills is key, and the organizations to understand that there is a continuing growth requirement for staff with these expertise. You go and you talk sometimes with boards and management, and you explain to them the challenges and say, well, last year we had X number of people, this year we need an extra 4 people doing this new job that just appeared in the last year, and they're like, what's going on here, the cost base. And that's where building that relationship with the board and understanding the risk with them and educating them is key.
Thank you. Ransomware increasing by 1,000%. I feel like one of those defeatists that you mentioned earlier, Engineer Naif. What is critical infrastructure to you, sir? For the user and for you, sir.
Well, critical infrastructure, we need to define what is critical, actually, with respect to the user. When the critical infrastructure heavily targeting, for example, a huge business, this is going to be a critical infrastructure. If I am in an entity, and that entity hosting like a business and running a business very well, and heavily depends on that business, and this business is relied stable with an infrastructure, this infrastructure become critical. And this is where I targeted in my session, that we need to evaluate this infrastructure and decide how much it is critical compared to the business line.
Very good. I hope I won't put you on the spot, but something you said in your speech about the asset valuation, surely for some critical infrastructure, the valuation is infinite as it relates to civil nuclear or something so catastrophic if it was damaged. How does that affect your theory?
Well, even my theory maybe not apply on, for example, financial institution, because the revenue and their customers and the amount of money generated is almost limitless. It is even from this perspective useless to invest the time to, for example, estimate and evaluate or sometimes quantify their critical infrastructure. Unless there is a reason to, for example, quantify this infrastructure for a valid reason, for maybe acquire some security solution. However, for small to medium business, maybe this is really valid.
Thank you very much. Moving on to my second question. So, Professor, in the UK, we have our national cyber strategy, as our ambassador said, and one aspect of that, Pillar 2, is resilience of our infrastructure. And in Kuwait, there's also the national cyber security strategy that talks about the importance of infrastructure. How can we bring together all the stakeholders required to protect infrastructure? You have government, regulators, and the providers. What, in your experience or in your view, is the best model for doing that?
Yeah, I think that this question was also raised in a previous panel, and Professor Khalid began as. I think the stakeholders can be. I think so I see this as a term we often use in cybersecurity. It's a shared responsibility model. So, for example, if you have an electric vehicle or you have a hub, a smart hub at home, it's your responsibility to keep it up to date, right? Similarly, if you go into a cloud provider, I think it's a cloud provider's responsibility to protect its customers. So I think we really need to see cybersecurity as a shared responsibility. We should not rely on any one company to actually manage cybersecurity for us. And I think that needs to be a change in culture in the way we do cybersecurity. So for example, right, so if I buy an IoT device, I buy a new hub for my home, I should make sure that the hub firmware is up to date. Because if a cyber attack leaks from my home to another application that I'm running, could be a banking app, right? I'm responsible. Although the government will tell me, it's classic, right? That it's how human psychology works, right? It's how people take risks. So if I throw up suppose you're sitting in front of a computer and you have a warning message coming at you. It's don't do this. People will do it. Because they will I think the question is that we are all responsible for cyber, and we should not rely on any one company, whoever it is, how large it is, to do it on our behalf.
Thank you. Ross, perhaps looking at the financial sector as the prism to answer this question about stakeholders. Now, I've always been told that the financial sector wants deregulation, government to stay away. But is this a case where, in fact, it's the reverse? We're looking for that active partnership on cyber for protection of your sector?
Well, from a financial sector standpoint, it's historical that the banks themselves with the regulators get together and discuss to improve sectoral security and share information back and forward between each other. It's way, how would I put it? It's been historically, continually this approach where banks share information back and forward with each other. They involve each other and the regulator, and also understand that everyone is also on their own journey towards cybersecurity maturity. Not everyone starts out from the same place, everyone has their own challenges, but generally as an industry it has realized that it's not every bank for themselves, and that the only way to do this is at an industry level, because attacks that happen in the US in the financial sector may very quickly pivot into the Middle East, and the Middle East for the last 10-15 years is one of the most attacked regions on the planet by various studies, and the attacks that you see coming out and targeting here are some of the most sophisticated, even from the organized crime side of things.
On that point of contagion, I believe there used to be a phrase, when America sneezes, the world catches a cold. Perhaps when America gets hacked, the world catches the virus, on that theme. Engineer Naif, what's your perspective on this question of bringing together stakeholders and whose responsibility it is on this infrastructure?
Yes, of course, responsibility and accountability. Obviously, it has to come from all stakeholders. When the government plays, for example, a framework, that framework has to be well adopted by those who will implement such, for example, a framework. For example, non-profit organization, those who will encourage the use of such a framework. So when that happens, you will, by itself, you will build an ecosystem for delivering such a maturity level and an integration and a culture for having such a level of cybersecurity maturity, and that will be for all of the benefits.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thinking about the C-suite now, my next question, Ross, perhaps we can start with you, and I don't know if you have any anecdotes about knocking heads together on the board. But cybersecurity is still seen in many organizations, even critical infrastructure ones, as an IT department problem. Got my IT guy, and often it is a guy historically on the phone until Dr. Reem gets everybody fairly diverse. How can we ensure that cybersecurity is mainstreamed across leadership in organizations and beyond?
In terms of the financial sector and my own experience, I found that the best way to do that is actually not to talk about cyber, but to talk about business risk. Because boards, senior and executive management, they've had conversations over the years about financial risk, they've had conversations over the years about operational risk and the resilience of the business to these kind of challenges. So when you start talking in frames of business risk, boards and management actually stop and listen, and they understand the context that you're trying to put across and understand the cyber challenges, but you have to translate them in non-technical words to them in terms of customer impact, in terms of downtime for the organization, in terms of reputational risk. And when you address it in these ways, then the board and senior management actually understand, they commit funds, they want to invest in what you're trying to do.
Thank you. Professor Omar, you spoke a lot about industrial control systems and the complex world of operational technology. Is there a way you found that works best to bring that to life and shake and wake up seniors to that risk so their eyes don't glaze over on this hypothetical but very dangerous threat?
Yeah, so I think that there's always been there are two kinds of people, right? People who want to add more features to products. There will always be people who want to say, that I want my internet connected device to do more. But what they need to realize is that every time you add a new feature, you potentially also increase the threat surface. And I think we need that awareness that somewhere between extension of features and cyber sits an interesting line. And I think, so one way to do it, if you look at other parts of computing, where that has worked well, is performance benchmarking. So for example, if I go to Amazon and I want to get a virtual machine or a container from Amazon services, I can run a test, which I say, I want to run this experiment 100 times and I calculate latency, throughput, response time. So what we need security benchmarking for IoT devices. So the idea is, or cyber physical devices. So before you put the device on the market, you could run a bunch of tests, which are like security benchmarks, which could help you to identify the potential attack surface every time you add a new feature. But I think that area of security benchmarking is very new. I know that some people are beginning to think about that. So that means I put my security device in a sandbox, I apply a whole bunch of tests to it, and see how it responds. I think that is an interesting direction of travel for research.
Absolutely, and I'm sure that principle of secure by design and secure for scalability, critical here in this region with smart cities and the many visions. Engineer Naif, you spoke about cybersecurity posture. So on this question, which I've been asking, how do we ensure that cybersecurity posture is fundamentally integrated with the overall business posture and overall business strategy?
Well, cybersecurity posture has to be built around the cybersecurity strategy. Without a clear cybersecurity strategy and without determining the way from the start to the end, from the people that you will use, the resources that you will have, and the system that you will implement, every single part will affect the cybersecurity posture. And again, following the standards and from even if you follow the standards from the benchmark, as you mentioned, you will make sure that you will have a very, I can't say fully cybersecurity posture, but you have to be aligned with your strategy, starting from one point in your cybersecurity posture, going to another, until you've fulfilled your cybersecurity strategy aligned with the cybersecurity posture. Cybersecurity posture is an indicator of the readiness of the entity from all resources available and from the strategy coming from. This is how can I see the cybersecurity posture. And I'm advising and I'm encouraging the government to have and to start an indicator for cybersecurity posture for all government entity in order to just to start giving or encouraging, for example, government entity go in this way and in a systematic way with the delivered outcomes.
Excellent. Well, I'm listening, UK government listening, I'm sure Kuwaiti government as well. I think we only have time for one more question. So I think we've regularly called out the question of cyber skills gap. And there was recently a report by Ipsos in conjunction with the UK Gulf Women in Cyber Fellowship, which looked into the GCC skills shortage. And I expect this is most acute when it comes to critical infrastructure. So are there any ideas or initiatives that you have in how we can close that skills gap and prevent damage to critical infrastructure as a result? Perhaps Professor Omar, if you have any thoughts.
That's great. It's okay. So I've had a chance to work with colleagues from across the Gulf. I've worked with people in Saudi Arabia, in Dubai, also in Kuwait. I think one of the things about, if I interpret it wrongly, is there's a tendency here to buy stuff from third parties rather than build stuff here in Kuwait. I think that needs to change. I think that's where the UK and working closely with UK organizations can really make a difference. Because currently what happens is, right, that often many Kuwaiti companies, Saudi companies, go and procure stuff from somebody else, from a third party, go on a training course with them, and then just use the system as is. They don't really know what's under the hood. I think CyBOC in particular, which I think is fantastic, and the work we're doing in the UK to build our own test beds. You know, many security programs just use simulation to test their ideas. They don't actually build the test bed. I think we need to do more on building in Kuwait to understand how these test beds work. Getting your hands dirty, right, to build these test beds is really crucial. And I think that if something we can do in that space, working jointly with the UK, would be great.
Excellent. That reminds me of what Juliet said. She was talking about trade as exchange, not dependency, and we can bring UK expertise to help Kuwait's own capacity for a sustainable long-run capacity. Ross, perhaps your thoughts on this question as well. Thank you.
Yes, building the skills capacity in terms of what other countries have done. You look at what Saudi Arabia started in 2016, their massive journey on cyber education, which massively took a local population and talent base by sponsoring education programs. There were university dedicated cyber programs put in place. And this is a model that can be adopted here in Kuwait. It can be translated everywhere and turn around the cyber skills gap to actually having a highly skilled talent pool based here in Kuwait. We have fantastic resources we're pulling out from Kuwait. Really energetic, educated people, but we need more. and that's the challenge, is we're always going to need more of these people because, again, they want to progress in their careers. As I was saying earlier in my talk, it was, the career path is extremely fast-paced. You don't find someone staying the same role for more than 1-2 years. So we have to have a pipeline of talent built from the local population that are educated, ready to go, raring to go even, to get involved in the sector, and through encouraging and understanding that the skills and the stressors can be managed. I think that's also key, because otherwise people will not want to come into the industry in the first place.
Yeah, recruitment and retention, absolutely. And perhaps for the final word to yourself, Engineer Naif, about this question of skills and the relationship.
Yeah, definitely we need to look at it from multiple dimensions, starting from top, full government support for the cybersecurity itself. This is one dimension. The other dimension is for example, the description of the jobs related to the cybersecurity. So before encouraging anyone to engage in cybersecurity, he must know his full track or full path of a career, where he will start and where he will end it. This is definitely will enhance that. Also, for example, from universities, from educational perspective, they should encourage by delivering different subjects in the cybersecurity level. So all of those, in addition, even if we can build a competitions, for example, as it's being done for the SHA, cryptography. So why not I'm delivering a very good prize for those who will participate in a competition. So creating an ecosystem for cybersecurity definitely will make it and shift it to another level.
Fantastic. Well, thank you, three gentlemen. It's been a really interesting discussion. I wish we could continue it. Perhaps we'll have a rematch next year or with others tomorrow. Just one point that all three of you made. You spoke, Ross, about sharing information. You spoke, Professor Omar, about sharing responsibility. And you spoke, Engineer Naif, about sharing accountability. And I think those are three great principles which I'll personally look to take forward when it comes to critical infrastructure. But thank you for your time. And over to the MC. Thank you.
I hope you guys can stick around just for a second because you're about to be rewarded. See, Professor Khalid is running on stage. Fantastic. Thank you, guys. Well, guys, we are going to be going for a lunch break. I do need you guys back here at 1:50, and do remember that at 1:20, if you're venturing outside, there's a partial solar eclipse, so make sure that your eyes are not in direct contact with the sun Thank you, and please do be back at 1:50 for you guys, so.
Hello, test 1, 2. Test 1, 2, test. Test 1, 2. Hello, test 1, 2, test. Test, 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 test. Test 1 2. Test. ये अच्छा है.
डायरेक्ट होना जाता है.
Hello, test 1 2. Hello, test 1 2. क्या वो check करो जा. Hello, test. टेस्ट जॉर्ज भाई इसका थोड़ा कुछ कर सकते हैं आवाज टेस्ट देख ये वाला सुन नहीं सुन देख आवाज देख आ रहा है आवाज क्या कर रहे हैं चेंज मत कर यार टेस्ट 1 2 5 no L7 hello test L7 why is the reverb in the sound hello test 1 2
Thank you for that introduction. Thank you all for joining me for this talk, and thank you for the sponsors for their generous invitation to this prestigious conference. I'm going to talk about some of the research I've done in blockchains, a proof of concept I've created called BACA, the blockchain of custody. So I'm going to explain what that is, what was the motivation behind it, very, very briefly give an overview, and then talk about what I've learned about the challenges and the potential opportunities in research in this area, as well as some thoughts I have on teaching in this area as well. I personally believe blockchains are an amazing new technology, something that's completely original, created something that wasn't possible before. It's a revolution in technology. I've been really interested in it from the start, and they've introduced a lot of really great new technologies, great new applications. Before blockchains, the idea of having a purely cryptocurrency, digital currency, spontaneously generating and being adopted as widely as it has and grown as much as it has was unbelievable. But we have in Bitcoin and many others cryptocurrencies that are using really fascinating and interesting security technologies. We also have smart contracts, which are reliant on blockchains. I can run code on Amazon servers, on Google servers, on Microsoft servers, and these are fairly trustworthy companies. They value their reputation. They put a lot of value in making sure they are reliable, but I still would need to trust them. I am placing my trust in them, making sure that everything goes as it should. With blockchains, with smart contracts, there is literal zero trust. The code gets run. The blockchain ensures that is absolutely reliable. And the fundamental component of blockchains, of any blockchain, is a distributed ledger with practical, essential immutability. Something can be written to it, and that cannot be done. And that is incredibly valuable in today's world, where so many things are modifiable, tamperable. We know bad guys can get just about anywhere, so having a source of truth that is unimpeachable is an amazing benefit. So there's been lots of great developments in this field, but I still think there's a lot more potential. There's additional areas that haven't been fully exploited and explored. So a brief tangent. SSL-TLS is the protocol used for the vast majority of web communications today. When we log onto a website, we're using that protocol to authenticate that website. Strictly speaking, the browser is doing the authentication, but it's doing a check to make sure the web server is the one you want it to be. And that does a lot for security, but it's not mutual authentication. You have the browser verifying the server through SSL-TLS, and then you will have a different mechanism going the other way. You'll have username and passwords, or app-based one-time code generation, or email verification. There's a separate connection verifying the other way. Strong authentication is good. Mutual authentication is better. If we compare that to how things work with cryptocurrencies, they haven't been around a long time, relatively speaking, but in their short time, there's a body of good practices for how you transact cryptocurrencies online, what you do to try to make sure your funds are protected and they only go where you want to send them. So you have private keys, you need to protect them, either on a software wallet or preferably in a hardware wallet. If you know you want to send some funds to someone or to some organization, you need to make sure that address is correct. Nobody's trying to inject a malicious address, and typically you'd be copying and pasting them or scanning a QR code, so you need to be careful that nothing happens in any of that. If you're about to send a large amount, you can send a small amount first just to make sure that went correctly and then spend the larger one. You can, for small amounts, it's fine to accept it once the transaction gets in the blockchain, but for larger amounts, you would probably want to wait a little longer, wait for a few more confirmations, and you can verify a transaction in your wallet, or you can go to any of the many public block explorers to confirm that the transaction has happened. So all of these are recommendations for how to transact cryptocurrencies in general to try to make things as secure as can be. What's happening beneath that, what's happening at the cryptography level, is even if the participants aren't strictly aware of it, there is a verification of the other party's public key. I need to add a little caveat to that. If you've seen cryptocurrency addresses, what you're looking at is not strictly a public key, it's actually a hash of a public key. But when you make a transaction to that address, then the public key information will be included in the information that gets put on the blockchain. So we have the formal PKI with SSL TLS, and that's doing strong authentication, but it's one way. Cryptocurrency represent a much less formal, there's not the same structure and organization as you have with SSL TLS, but I'd argue there's the potential there for a public key infrastructure. And it has the benefit where, unlike SSL TLS, there's nothing stopping you using it for mutual authentication. And this is what I try to create in my proof of concept, the blockchain of custody application. So we have two participants, Alice and Bob, and they can use the BACA application to make an exchange with each other. They can use all of the standard recommendations for cryptocurrencies that I mentioned earlier to ensure they send a small amount of whatever cryptocurrency it is to each other using the blockchain. And that's fairly straightforward with the BACA client. It uses same Bitcoin transactions as before. But what happens now is if both those participants are satisfied that transaction happened, BACA then has each other's public key. They know each other's public key and they can be confident that they have that public key. And usually that's just used for sending transactions, but what we can do now is we can use encryption. We can have, Alice has a document that is very important, very sensitive. We want to make sure the integrity is protected, and the blockchain can provide that by putting a hash of the document on the blockchain. But Alice also has Bob's public key, so Alice can encrypt that. And once that's encrypted, that can be put on any sort of storage you want. You can use third-party cloud storage. It's encrypted, so you're not needing to trust them. You can use IPFS, which is a very common project used with a lot of, in concert with a lot of blockchain projects. BACA supports this IPFS natively, so that can all be done seamlessly. And when that document then gets to the other side, gets to Bob, Bob can use his blockchain private keys incorporated into the BAPA client to decrypt the traffic, decrypt the message that was sent. So not only does Bob get a confidential document encrypted just for him, but he can check the blockchain data. He can compare the hash of that document to what was stored on the blockchain, to that transaction, and not only does that verify who provided that document, but it also timestamps it as well. So you get the strongest possible integrity protections, you get authorship, you got authentication, and you get confidentiality as well through the encryption. So a lot of what I've produced here in this proof of concept is using some features that are already known, some practices that are already existing, placing a hash of a document on the blockchain to preserve its integrity. That was many services came out providing this when blockchains were still relatively early. So this is well known. You would want to be putting the hash of a document on the blockchain rather than the whole document, because it can be costly to put large amounts of data on the blockchain. Connecting a user's identity to their public key with the blockchain address, that also already exists. There is a move for a social network entirely on a blockchain, memo.cash. And with that, everything you do on that social network is on the blockchain, is as blockchain transactions. So posting messages, announcements, retweets, likes, all of that are blockchain transactions. Whereas with my BACA application, it's just for hashes of documents. And as I mentioned, many blockchain projects use IPFS storage as it ties well. They're both decentralized, so there's a lot of good synergy there. But where BACA expands beyond the state of the art is in using the mutual exchange of cryptocurrencies to verify each other's identity. That's what gives you the mutual authentication. That gives you strong assurances that both parties know who each other are, what each other's public keys are. We can use those public keys for encryption rather than just signing transactions as is typically done in blockchains. As well as posting the SHA-256 hash to the blockchain, there is also the option to post the IPFS identifier. The IPFS identifier allows you to access the content, download the content, and then the SHA-256 hash allows you to verify the integrity of it. And all of this doesn't need to be active by both participants. BOCA can be set up to be continuously scanning the blockchain. Has there been any new transactions? Is this someone I'm associated with, I've done the exchange with? If so, I can download the content, automatically decrypt it, verify its integrity. All of this can happen continuously. The BOCA application is working with the Bitcoin Cash blockchain. I have an example file on that blockchain. The hash of these slides have been put on. Anyone can download it from the IPFS link provided there. Anyone can verify when I uploaded these from the Block Explorer. Verification can be done through the BOCA application itself, but you don't need it. You can use all these existing tools and features that are already present. So if anyone were to claim to have written these slides, they would need to then argue how they had them produced and publicized before I made this transaction, which is a much harder problem. So BOCA provides confidentiality through strong encryption, and we get incredibly high levels of integrity protection through its inclusion on the blockchain. If you have encrypted data between two participants, they are both assured of when it was published, when it was released, and that is absolutely indisputable. But you can also have the option of then disclosing the document, disclosing the key, and allow anyone else to publicly verify that using the block explorers. So there are many possible applications for this. The name comes from the forensics term chain of custody, which can often be a long drawn-out paper form-based process of monitoring evidence files and objects between collection and presentation in court. But with the blockchain of custody, once it's locked in, once it's been tied into the blockchain, the data is indisputable. There is nothing that can happen later to corrupt that data. So this provides very strong assurances of integrity of evidence. It can keep the evidence confidential if that is a sensitive matter, but it also allows verification by any participant who has been given access. You could imagine there's contract negotiations that need to be kept sensitive, so you would want encryption for that data, but if there's a dispute at some point, you might need a third party to arbitrate, and they could then use the blockchain transactions to verify who said what when and how that can be applied. There are other possible applications as well in network security, in academic misconduct, in medical records. With medical records, you absolutely do not want plain text records on the blockchain. That would be a privacy disaster. So you can get that confidentiality, but we can also get that strong integrity as well, so we know medical information isn't being tampered with or modified. Okay, very quickly, some of my thoughts on doing research in the topic of blockchain and cryptocurrencies. It is a relatively young field. There's a lot of potential for unexplored problems. There's a lot of use cases for the technology need to be explored, so it's a fairly wide open area. Blockchains tend to be open source, freely available documentation in terms of the white papers and the source code, so there's a lot of material freely available to view. Most blockchains have testnets for research and development, so you get the equivalent technology, but you can transact with currencies which are essentially have no financial value, so there's no worry of things going disastrously wrong. There's a lot of libraries and APIs that help support quicker development. And blockchains are completely geographically unrestricted. There are no country boundaries on the blockchain. But it's not perfect. There are challenges. A blockchain is a decentralized network. but that doesn't mean everything about every part of everything that has anything to do with a blockchain is decentralized. The libraries and APIs I just mentioned are a benefit. They have give advantages. You don't have to write everything from scratch, but then that is a single point of weakness. If they goes down, if they are discontinued, then that can impact any projects. The projects that rely on these libraries may not be kept up to date, so they can be a problem as well. The technology moves very fast in this area, which is exciting. A lot of interesting developments are happening, but it can make research and development that much more challenging. While I was working on this project, there was a Bitcoin Cash testnet that became deprecated, so I could no longer use that. The Ethereum Ropsten test network is about to be deprecated. So again, relying on that isn't possible. Ethereum is making a lot of changes. You possibly heard about the move from proof of work to proof of stake. They've also made other changes in the background to how fees are calculated and other features about the network. And these are all benefits. These are all improving the ecosystem. But again, trying to keep up with these can be a challenge for anyone doing research or development. In terms of education, I've taught blockchain as a unit in its own, both in MMU and as a visiting lecturer in Warsaw University in Poland. I've integrated blockchains into my security and forensics units at Manchester Metropolitan and Khalifa University in UAE before that, and I love teaching blockchains. Blockchains are one of my favorite subjects to teach, and it's mainly due to these few lines of Python code. I'm not going to ask you to interpret it in your head. Just to say this is a little bit of Python code, not a lot. It's hashing a random number. It's setting that as a target. It's hashing more random numbers, and it keeps trying to get a hash lower than that target. So as it gets a lower hash, you have a new target, and then you keep on trying to hash lower and lower values. And what you'll see here is the first few lines will rapidly appear, and you can see the first column, the leftmost column of digits is getting less and less, and then it eventually gets to 0, and then the next column goes down to 0, and so on, and eventually you get more and more zeros down at the bottom. But as you go down, it takes longer and longer to find those lower hashes. So right away, in just a handful of lines of Python code, we get this a very clear way to indicate how difficult it is to find hashes of a particular property. This is possibly the core principle behind blockchains. This is the work in the proof of work, this effort that you need to do lots and lots of computations to find these hashes. This is a problem that the miners are solving. We know of no shortcut for this. If you can find a shortcut for this, you can make all the money you want in Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies. A lot of people have looked. No one has found any shortcuts. So this is what gives the fundamental security to the blockchain. But this is just showing how hard it is to calculate hashes. What we can add with a little bit of extra Python code is, instead of just hashing the random number, we can hash the previous successful hash as well. So now we've got a proof of work with a chain of hashes. Every hash has changed the previous one. We can add a little extra Python code to include some transaction information in the hashes as well, and so on, so on. So you can build up gradually the details of the blockchain and clearly show what's going on. So this can be compared to what's in the white papers for the blockchains. It can be compared to what you'll see in the block explorers. You can see it in the clients you have on testnet or mainnet network, so you can immediately compare what's being talked about to what you're observing in the systems. So you can put blockchain technology into students' hands very quickly, low cost, low overhead. Blockchain, as I said, is an important topic in its own right, but it's also increasingly important in security. We're hearing a lot of attacks on ransomware, which obviously have cryptocurrency connections, forensics, cryptography, and other subjects as well. But some of the challenges I mentioned for research, they similarly apply to teaching as well. If you're setting up lecture notes and lab notes, you'll want to teach that year on year. Within a year, a lot of things can happen in the blockchain ecosystem. So as I said, there's a lot of changes happening. Software may no longer be available. Online services may be taken down, APIs or block explorers. Occasionally, even whole blockchains get discontinued. It is fairly rare, certainly for the more reliable ones, but it is a potential concern. Blockchains also have somewhat of a reputational issue. Some of their early attention they got was because of their use in dark markets. Today, as I mentioned, we have ransomware attacks often demanding ransoms in terms of cryptocurrency payments. But despite all this, the technology is interesting. There's a lot of positive potential applications. BOCA is just one of a new way to use the technology that hasn't been used before, but there are many others. And I think education in this area, as well as research, can go to explore some of these benefits and some of these applications even further. There's a link to my GitHub. All of my code is available if anyone wants to have a look at my code, and the paper has been published that goes into some of these details in more records. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks. All right, thank you, Dr. Thomas Martin. We now have Professor Nashwan Dawood from Teesside University to discuss blockchain and AI.
Okay, good afternoon, conference, and thank you very much for this wonderful invitation to come and share with you some of the work that we've been doing in the UK at Teesside University. Teesside is northeast of England, so if you've been to the UK, it's between York and Newcastle. Sort of a small town, but with lots of greenery and quite active university. Before I start, I'd just like to thank really the organizers, particularly British Council, the college here, to sort of for all the pain they've been through in organizing and getting things done. My presentation today is about construction. So, and how we're trying to use different technologies in order to improve construction processes, and part of that is the digital construction, blockchain, smart contracts, and building information modeling. So thanks to Thomas, he's sort of paved the way for what I'm going to talk about. I'm not going to tell you what is blockchain or research into blockchain. I'm going to tell you how we're going to use this particular technology and other technologies, particularly digital, in the construction process, whether we all love and really aspire. You know, you go around and you see all these wonderful places. How's they being built? Can they build in lower cost? They can build in lower, sort of minimum time, high quality. What sort of digital role here? The digital technology to enable the construction process. So let's start, and I'd just like to thank my co-authors, Sandra, Faris, and Fazad from Teesside. Okay, so if I start with the drivers, you know, why we use technology in construction processes. I mean, my background, I'm a civil engineer, but then got interested in IT and then started to develop the IT tools for construction processes as part and parcel of my research work. So we've been looking in the UK for about 10 years now at a number of issues why construction is expensive. These are the targets being set by the government. Construction 2025, lower cost 33%, faster delivery 50%, lower emission 50%, improved exports, which mean we develop skills and therefore we export the skills. So these are the targets. And these are the digital sort of map that has been developed for us to pave the way for research and development. So the concept is, can we buy 5 assets and get one free if we're going to reduce the cost this particular way? And I'm sure you all built houses and you all been involved in somehow in construction, whether you or your family, and see what the trouble that people go through, what the sort of massive difficulties they've been through. Build extension to your house and see how much difficulties you go through. So we started to explore for about 15 years now, more than 15 years, which I'm leading a big team in terms of how digital can work. So basically, I'm not going to go through what's blockchain. As I said, Thomas really did a wonderful job in terms of explaining this and his research work, which is the peer-to-peer, etc. But I'm going to focus on improve information feasibility, particularly in construction, by using IoT BIM. I'm going to tell you what is BIM, which is the Building Information Model, which is how you build this particular facility digitally before you move and build it physically. And then whole life cycle information flow. So what's BIM, really? We spent a massive amount of time in the UK for the last 20 years trying to understand how we model buildings digitally, how we then simulate these particular construction of these buildings, and how we then implemented with where we iron out all the problems and where are there less difficulties and we identify the clashes. So it is a standard process, an information classification to develop and manage both geometrical and non-geometrical information or digital information. Geometrical is these particular facilities, that is geometrical. And then the process is how this is going to be built. So basically it is about somehow centralizing the information, not the exchange of, not the blockchain, but the centralizing the information in terms of able to really once it's there, it can be reused again and again. So basically we developed a number of systems, as you can see here. We started from the very feasibility study and down to the construction. As you can see here, this is the Shard. We've been doing lots of modeling in the Shard in London. This is what we call 4D, and I'll explain what's 4D. But basically, these are the technology we developed in terms of trying to have a whole life cycle information flow, which is once information is in, can be reused again and again. So what standard is going to be used, and how the standard, and what sort of system, and what sort of databases, what sort of centralized databases or distributed databases is going to be used in order to model all of these. And then the facility, and then you manage the facilities after the construction process. So basically, while we all do that, at the moment we think construction cost, I mean, if you have assets, construction cost will be about 20%, and the running of the facilities over about 50 years will be about 80% of the cost. So how we can use technology in order to minimize this cost, particularly the blockchain technology that comes and interact with all these tools that we've been trying to develop, from outline design to detailed design and to finally construction and then running the facilities. So basically, that's what we call. We've done lots of work in the oil and gas in terms of trying then to integrate cost, and that's where the blockchain will comes into. So basically, we can model. This is a particular refinery that we've been working on. So you can see here, this is as time is progressing, how this particular project will look like, and then we can then immerse into this particular part of the build and see whether there are conflict, whether things are missing in the design, because that's all integration of different processes. And then we can start then to develop the cost. At what time in the project and how much the cost will be. And at this particular moment in time, we started to develop the blockchain in terms of saying, okay, this is the, at this particular time, this is how the building is going to look like. This is how much is being constructed. And then how we're going to use distributed ledger in order to pay different part of the construction process and different aspect of the supply chain. So this is where we started from. So the research methodology, we've been using different ways in terms of coming up with these technology. We've got 2 papers here at the top that has been published now in terms of the way that is the integration of both the smart contracts, the blockchain, and the 4D and 5D, which is the BIM, are all integrated to form an environment in which we can operate in construction. So what we've done really, we developed a framework. I'm going to show the framework to process a robust solution for integration of blockchain and smart contracts in BIM environment. Now, this is why I wanted to introduce BIM, because BIM is the focus, really, is where we digitally model buildings and then try to rehearse, try to simulate, and then from that we can try to rehearse the blockchain and the payment that should go. And then we developed a prototype as a proof of concept. So basically the automated system, as you can see, payment framework looks like this. Started from the top. So we have the project partners all agree. Now, and then you move into the endorsement policy, as Thomas was alluded to, then the duration of the implementation at the top, and then you go into project parties and using smart contracts for credit, etc., and then you move into what we call the payment and the partners and the agreement. Now, these are what we think the framework looks like. Sorry. I think just the screen gone. Yeah, it's back, sorry. Yeah, so these are the different strands. We started with the conceptual to start with, and then the construction stage, which is the design, construction, and then the check and check out here. Just to let you know, we've been talking about, obviously, the blockchain, and it has been used in a number of industries, particularly finance and other type of industries, shipping and education as well. But in construction, it's massively difficult to implement these technologies. It's just because there aren't that many skills around in order to cope with this particular technology to start with, and lack of trust. Give me a project here in Kuwait that you know, particularly in the news, that not exceeded its cost by 2 or 3 times. And that's basically because of the lack of cost and lack of actual estimation and lack of goodwill, really, to deliver on the project. Particularly, for example, in the UK, you will get the contract at a very cheap, and then you started to engineer or find out lots of variations, and this is where the costs will be doubled, almost doubled to the cost. Yeah, so basically what we've been doing, these technologies, going back to what the government being said, these technologies go somehow or some way in order to minimize the problems through, the first thing is to rehearse digitally and in terms of virtual reality, rehearse it and then see how payment is going to be made. And that is really will save lots of time and effort. Now, people keep telling me that car industry produce in 15 seconds, or Merck, I mean, particularly in the northeast, and where I live in the UK, in Sunderland, Nissan produce every Micra, I think every 30 seconds. But this is not the 30 seconds. They went through years and years of planning to get to this particular point. Construction works the other way around. And that's the difficulties we have. Very little time spent on the design, very little time spent on identifying the product. They rush into the site, and there where the conflict does happen. So this is why we're coming up with these technologies to improve really the processes, the goodwill, the supply chain, et cetera, et cetera. Moving on, this is a flow chart in terms of how we execute the blockchain. We've got the 4D here, as you can see, slicing the product, that's what we call 4D, 3D plus time, slicing the product, so we know at any particular time how much is being done. and then link the project with the schedule, as you can see here, and then milestone payment. So here we set up, as you can see, the milestone payment, was it being settled, so we go into the milestone, we want into the cost here, and then we went into the smart contract in terms of request for payment, credit, etc., etc. So that's where we are now, trying to develop these concepts and try to deploy them in different systems. Okay, so moving on. I've got a couple of slides left. This is the automated financial management over the project life cycle, which is actually started with pre-construction, which is the design phase on the top, and then I have the construction stage, which is here, and then I have the closing stage, and then similar the concept, project parties, choose the method of payment in the top. It's all by agreement in here, and then it goes into lump sum or target cost, what the type of contract, and go into milestone payment. The milestone payment, for example, as example, if you finish the foundation, we pay you X amount of money to the supply chain, across the supply chain, that's milestone, and that is being developed through the model. And then it goes into the transactions, and then it goes into the closing in terms of milestone payment, agreement, etc. So this is really a very initial development of the blockchain in the system. We've been spending about 15 years, as I said, perfecting the rehearsing of the construction process through different integration, different intelligent modeling or integration of activities and the 3D models. And then this here really is about how we can move and apply the blockchain in the process. Sorry. Okay, so really to finish off, this is just the process of endorsing and ordering transactions, similar to the concept that Thomas identified, which is through four stages in terms of a project party, contractor, consultant. This is specifically for construction. This is the evoke the transactions and evoking transaction. And then there is in two, there is an endorsement policy. And then once the endorsement policy is transactions, and then transactions is directed. So this is how we're trying to do that. So that's all at the moment. The work here in terms of blockchain is in the lab, in the development of processes, and we're trying to implement this as a second stage of this work. So basically, the last slides I have is that the proposed framework addresses the construction stage carefully by presenting data flows. Existing research does not give enough investigation to the financial transaction during closing stages. So we have, and as I said, it's very conservative industry, how we came to open up in terms of blockchain. So the other problem we have in the industry, there are lots of claims and disputes because the design is not being focused well or not being given the right time to be explored. So with noting that where the majority of claims and disputes arise, thus the proposed frameworks are just a set of tasks to be implemented with the smart contracts to minimize potential claims and dispute. Now, this is potential claim dispute needs to be reduced through the rehearsing of different aspects of the project before the project given the go-ahead. This could become to reality by exploring the functionalities and smart contract. So we're still working on it, and I hope I gave you some sort of like a view on the digital underpinning for construction processes and how we can improve the construction process in terms of less time, less cost, and then bring technologies to bear in order to help and assist in this work. I think that's conclude what I wanted to say, and there are a number of papers that in the presentation, if I would be happy to be shared, and you can have a look at these papers in terms of the whole issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nashwan Dawood. Coming up next, we have Dr. M.D. Israfil Biswas from Manchester Metropolitan University, who will now join us to discuss blockchain-based 6G-enabled digital twin infrastructure. Please come on stage. Perfect. And this is right here for you as well. Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum. Hello, everyone. This is Dr. Biswas from Manchester Metropolitan University. I would like to, first of all, thanks the organizer for inviting me for this opportunity. And actually, I would love to say the organization of this presentation sequence was really great because I just presented after Professor Dawood, who presented about the 3D modeling construction, so which actually some kind of origin of what I'm going to discuss today is the digital twin services, because twin services actually for the simulations that was used for constructions before, BIM and that kind of things, so which is now changed into different opportunities like enabling AI and 6G. So we'll talk about this. But first of all, let's go through the Manchester Metropolitan University. So what we are, about us, we are based on the John Dalton University at the heart of the Manchester Met campus. So we know Manchester very well, so it's a vibrating city with culture, sports. Any Manchester United fans here? No? Good, so you'll love it. Strong link with industry in a city which has like great little sectors in the world, so collaboration, research with real world impacts, intelligent systems, image, sensor computation. We are under the CFAX, so Thomas has presented, we are under the CFAX research group, and we are under the cybersecurity team, so we are working together. This is about our facilities. We have like 13 high-spec computer labs, IoT labs, special game labs, as you can see, animation lab, robotic lab. So we would love to welcome you. There are lots of students from Kuwait, and we look forward for more research and industry-based, especially cybersecurity-based students, because there are real crises, as we can see from this presentation, that not only in UK, all over the place, on Kuwait, all of us, we need cybersecurity specialists, so that we can come to a platform where we can help each other. And so we need hardly an organization platform where the government, research and academic can work together. So instead of that, lecture theaters we have lecture capacity system. There's other teaching facilities. We have high quality AV systems, so dedicated drop-in support lab with like PCs that we have 24 hours, 24/7 during term time. So we are also like founding member of the Institute of Coding, Development Training, and Education in Digital Skills across the UK. We have the Cyber Foundry. So this is leader of 6 million cyber security scheme that aims to protect Greater Manchester business against computer attacks. We have AI Foundry, that leader of new collaboration projects supporting business growth through AI technology in Greater Manchester. So here we gonna say about the presentation interest today, which is against cyber crimes. We are here for cyber crimes. So I have managed a like source where you can see that Kuwait is not doing bad compared to other Gulf region against the phishing attacks, according to this Zawa. Their investigation, and they submit this report. where basically what we need here is like cyber preparedness. So as we have increased cybersecurity strength, need technical, legal, and regulatory, so which we are following, administrative dimensions. So we need to analyze and strength to build this robust IT infrastructure. We need to identify in IT infrastructure to fix them accordingly. So we have this vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, this kind of things, so we can fix them accordingly. And we need proper strategy like digital twin. So digital twin is very important because it helps to provide alter performance by creating a complete secure system, that ecosystem in the virtual environment. So with comprehensive mapping to the physical world entities and system validation in the runtime. So digital twin also helps innovative approaches for better operation activities with the implementation of predictive approaches. So like offloading strategies, remotely resource allocation with extremely report processing rates and active components. So we have lots of applications with this digital twin. Cybersecurity awareness and training, so this is also important. So against the cyber crimes, we have these revelations. So we need to train and educate the employees to gain knowledge about it. So this is from Hawaii, so who is predicting like 6G will be the target like around 2030. It's their perspective. So currently we are having like 1 Gbps, so it will be in terahertz, Gbps service we can have. But just coming before here, I saw that Samsung is expecting before what we are expecting from this slide. So they're saying they'll be able to serve terahertz a couple of years earlier. In many places, 6G is used like just testing purpose, mostly in China. And yeah, so why we need this? Because we are entering into a hyper-connected, intelligent world. So as I said, like for this presentation, previous speakers, they also said like we have this simulation and we have the sensors everywhere. So all things are sensed. So sensing physical world, mapping it in digital signals. So like everything, like temperature, touch, sense, smell, everything we have sensed. So and all these are interconnected. So we have this Internet of Things. What we so-called for data goes outline to our power machine, and then we have intelligence. So ubiquitous connections, wide connections, multiple connections, and deep connections. So these are all different kind of connections we have. So we have this digital twin to help us alter performance by creating complete secure ecosystem. Also, we have IoT system that runs in the backbone that can be supported by digital twins. So this will help to reduce and improve security, integrating blockchain like in the edge devices, in real-time use cases, applications, and it's also like automated vehicles and smart energy, as this application require a quick response time, as Professor Omar also mentioned about the smart vehicles. So this vehicle also need like reduced time so that it can respond quickly. So this is all digital twin have applications. So as we have this intelligent one, so network integrated AI also implemented to proper application of these emerging technologies. So I'm going to talk about our testbed that we are developing in Manchester Metropolitan. I joined like a year ago, and before that I was working for BT as a researcher. So what we are focusing now is just to make, let's say, prevent this testbed will prevent mainstream cyber attack threats using security-aware monitoring platforms such as blockchain technology. So advanced anomaly detections we are trying to provide so that it can secure and efficient 6G-enabled IoT systems. So our aim is to investigate IoT devices and develop an infrastructure that we can securely provide 6G-enabled twin services. And we have a couple of other objectives that we are working on this testbed. So use of emerging technologies to provide comprehensive security, privacy for interdisciplinary projects for both education and research against cyber attacks, So we try to use these emerging technologies to tackle IoT challenges of decentralized models and services such as security, privacy, scalability, integrity, and reliability. As we know that IoT has these challenges over like these issues, so the main focus is on challenging these IoT issues. So we have a dedicated IoT lab. We have a couple of sensors and other devices that we give our undergraduate and master students as well to do small projects as a part of our big research and education initiative. So we use software frameworks for novel architectures and so that we can do this interoperably, securely with data integrity to improve scalability of the IoT system. So we try to solve complex issues like doing necessary algorithms and computing systems for blockchain in 6G-enabled digital twin systems especially. So we are trying to understand and address the challenges of 6G-enabled design twin structure and scoping the performance required for the real-time applications. So in ManMat, basically what we do, we focus on real-time applications. So we have like synaptic projects and other curriculum that's mostly based on industries. So so that the student can have the application that especially needed when they go for the work. Especially securely solve the associated complex issues related to mobility using blockchain-based 6G-enabled infrastructure. So interoperability provides secure and reliable data-driven solutions. Again, we have recently published paper on this mobility. So IoT has always complex issues with mobility challenges as well, especially if it's 6G communication. We are planning ahead. So and as I said, like blockchain has other issues with the delay and performance. So we would like to look at these areas as well. So in ManMat, we are trying to develop this testbed. Initially, the testbed was for the lab prototype that is, as I mentioned, for Cyber Foundry, where we targeted for hundreds of industry use cases. Now this cybersecurity lab actually featuring the IoT environment, that IoT data will especially be explored for industrial space and security testing. My PhD students are working on this. So one student has just started a year ago, and another one will be joining us soon. So we are trying to collaborate with other industries. Already we have collaboration with Spire Communications, and we are also trying to engage PT for this. So what we are trying to do here is like high performance GPU designed for the high process performance, because we need simulations that has digital twin developments both virtually and clusters. So as you can see here, so for this testing we have used different mechanisms. So we are using initially high honeypots to use cases for this vulnerability testing. For this, we have isolated ManMat University network that help us to develop this vulnerability testing, so that it will hamper the main network. So we are developing a network with hundreds of terabytes of storage. So we have uploaded that thing. So we are already on the process of developing these things. These activities will have different packages that will help us to integrate advanced cybersecurity lab, integrating 6G networks and AI, including blockchain facilities. So currently we have published a paper related to the IoT mobility. So I'm not going to details for this. So what I just like to say that our target is to do this mobility management for edge-based twins. So like how we can provide seamless guided services at the end user in twin-enabled digital 6G system, like efficiently mobility issues that we can solve in IoT management. So we are looking at research problem during the service period, like interruption due to mobility. We have lots of issues with this mobilities, for example, connected with an edge twin object. So we have this obstacle that when we try to cover the outside coverage area, and that causes performance degradation. So we have solution like black hole, so which is basically a linkage between the networks and the sub-networks that we use for this, but this is not enough for this high latency and with service interruptions. So again, we have this migration of new twin objects, so which is also crucial. This requires accurate location prediction and cost efficiency. So cost efficiency is also an important issue here. So we are exploring these kind of things, efficient mobility management methods for the twin objects during the service migration. And I'd love to discuss more if you're interested. End of the panel session or anytime. So we are collaborating with our partner Spirent. So this is Spirent have a GNS simulator, SimGen, so you can have a look on that simulator. So it's a software replica for 6G physical network, 5G plus simulations already been carried out. And so we are continuously prototyping, testing actually self-optimization of the living network. So we can see that it's a simulator would have multi-constellation and that supports the channel emulator, and we have the edge computing facilities that connected in with the emulator. So we try to develop use cases, interface the simulator with real-time data sets, and that will be interfaced with our man-made testbed as an integration service for the 6G-enabled twin services. So this slide is about a particular project that my PhD student is currently working on. So this is mostly on the cyber attacks in IoT use cases. So he's currently looking at detecting the cyber attacks in IoT using applied ML. So basically, first what he's trying to do is like the unsupervised algorithms trying to use, and then using that data is trying to develop a model that will be useful. And then main target is to use the data protection. So because we know in IoT sector, the data integration is essential. So data need to be maintained and protected. So there are lots of options over here. So currently he's using two sites hashing function at the moment, but after finishing this phase of the work, his target will be integrate blockchains in the gateways so that it have proper security and another level of blockchain implementation for this PhD project. So this will apply to the sensors possible to minimize the cyber attacks, and this will achieve at the moment like different techniques like as I said, digital signatures or in future blockchain. So this is another PhD student that we just recently we have, and he's on the literature survey at the moment and is working on a 5G network using blockchain. So his aim is to develop a security aware monitoring framework using the distributed ledger technology. This is to provide decentralized security and privacy for IoT systems. So the idea is to provide this information is like would love to see you as a PhD researcher in ManMat. So we are developing a big infrastructure, so collaborating with industries, and recently we have advertised self-funded PhDs. So we'd love to check, explore these new opportunities, and if you are interested, so we can work together. So as the emerging technologies demanded. So this PhD will be looking at comprehensive security and privacy. Again, DLT type technology will be used for facing these IoT challenges like security, scalability, and reliability, because in IoT it's very, very important to maintain this issue. We know that everything is connected internet, and all the talks we are recently having, or since in this event happening, we see that there is a gap between the law enforcement and research with the government and even the industry. So everybody using their own system and it's not scalable to the other systems. So we have to come to a common platform so that we can support each other, and it can help for a security and privacy aspects. So here we will associate the security issues for IoT nodes for 5G networks. He will examine methods for the cybersecurity attacks, and methods will be employed for secure IoT networks. And as I said, we'll investigate on fog and cloud blockchain technology to improve the scalability of the IoT nodes. So before coming here, in Manchester Metropolitan University, I worked BT as a researcher, and we have developed a couple of prototypes. I have patents with them, and this is one of the patents that we use for using LoRaWAN security, and we have different kind of engines and brokers that use for this LoRa security, and we have this key storage, and that has been patented from BT in collaboration with Ulster University. So what we are trying to do here, use similar kind of security for, we're trying to engage BT already for this second supervision. We are agreeing for BT contractors. And so what we are trying to do is like to get involved this kind of security blockchain facilities with BT. And then we'll develop different kind of prototypes using like digital security and others. So here we can see a demo that used with LoRa sensors, and we have different kind of encryption techniques we can use, and instead of the platform, we can use the edge computing services, including digital emulations. So twin service will be here, and then we can use the actuations, different kind of actuations so that we can have the complete model. Then we'll love to develop twins algorithms and advancements of that. And then, yeah, so this is an example, a demo example of these things that we worked on BT. So you can see here. So first of all, we have a data encryption from the sensors, and we have this data coming from the LoRa sensors. So what we are going to do, we have a smart plug enabled to an actuators. So this smart plug is connected to the table fan, which is working as an actuator here. So this kind of prototypes, what we have built. So we are in touch with BT so that we can have similar prototypes built for our new testbed. So and so this will result a complete integration of like industry-based projects in our area. So you can see that. So that runs, and it will enable like actuators type and for IoT services. So we are looking at that kind of integrated security and involve twin services for this kind of projects. So I think that's it for today. I would love to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. MD Israfil Biswas. Don't worry, you still have a discussion panel coming up, so you're going to be speaking there too if there's anything that you missed. I would now like to welcome Dr. Murad Khan from right here at KCST to discuss a framework to protect IoT devices from enslavement in a home environment. It sounds scary. Go ahead.
This woman.
Is that his? You forgot his phone, maybe?
Yeah.
And then,
In the sensor is here in this. Okay.
So,
okay. Thank you so much. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, and good afternoon. Actually, I think that we are actually absorbing a lot of knowledge from the morning, and many of you now understand that what is actually security and why it's so much important, because everybody is talking about security from early in the morning. Specifically the cyber security, though this conference is entirely related to cyber security, so therefore the security of the internet is quite important for us. I'm not going to talk much about those things. Instead of, I will directly go to my talk. Actually, it's important to talk about the idea what we actually proposed recently with our research team. Okay, so as you know that the IoT networks are actually growing with a high speed, and it is extremely important to provide some sort of security to those networks. Before going to discuss about the details of why we actually needing the IoT security, I would like to move directly to the contents of the presentation, because we already spent a lot of time here, and it's looked like everybody is feeling tired. So, okay, I'll be going to talk about the introduction. I will explain that why actually we needing the IoT security, and then I will talk about the IoT botnet, and then the existing techniques that we can use to detect the IoT, the botnet in the IoT networks, and then I will talk about what are the major challenges we are actually facing in the current research. So why we are going to have this proposed idea. And then I will talk about the proposed idea, and I will also talk about the implementation plan, that how we are going to implement this idea in Peru. So I can say that this is, we already developed the prototype here in KCST, but the prototype is actually, so I'm going to explain the conceptual idea. I'm not going to explain that how the prototype will work. So let me talk about the Internet of Things. You know, this word Internet of Things is, everybody is actually listening to this. Everybody knows that what is actually Internet of Things. So I can say that whenever we are actually going to attach a physical device to the Internet by any means, by wireless media or by wired media, we can say that this is now becoming a part of the Internet. When something becomes a part of the Internet, we call that thing an Internet of Things. So there are many different, versions of this. We can say that like Internet of Vehicles, Internet of e-health, and Internet of many different things. So whenever there is Internet attached to those things in that particular area, we'll be saying that this is Internet of that particular thing. So at the end, we come up with something which is what we call the Internet of Everything. Now, as you know that there are a lot of things since we started talking about the Internet of Things. There are many things that are actually connecting to the Internet. According to different research organization are the people who is actually working in working with the Internet. There are around 50 billion devices will be connected by 2022. This is not an exact number. There is a possibility that maybe so far we can have 30 billion devices are connected. But this type of data, is different from different sources. However, it shows that many devices will be connected together. If those devices are connected together, there is a possibility that how to provide security to them. So before going to talk about the security of those things, let me talk about what sort of attacks could be possible, what type of security challenges we can face in the Internet of Things. So the very first thing comes in our mind when we are actually talking about Internet of Things is the bots. And what is actually a bot? A bot is actually a malware, or we can say it's a site of malicious code that is available in a particular device, okay? But when this type of malicious code is available in that particular device, what is actually the properties of that device? So the properties of that device is that the device will become automatic and it will become autonomous. Like it will start spreading the malicious code, or it will start spreading the malicious activities to the other available devices automatically without the intervention of any sort of help from other sources. Now, if we have a bot, then there is a possibility the bot could provide damage to our network in a sense that it can get down the server by some means, by sending packets to that particular server and so on. So now, if there is a bot, there is a possibility that we can have a denial of service attack in that particular environment. For instance, if there is only one node here that is attached to the network and it starts sending packets to the server, there is a possibility that around 8 to 10% of the services degradation will occur in that particular environment. It is from one of the recent research that if a malicious node is sending packets or some sort of dummy packets through a server, there is a possibility in that particular network, if there are 50 nodes are connected, the degradation will be around 8 to 10%. And similarly, we have, if we have many bots, they comes together and they start attacking a server by sending them the dummy packets or anything. So we will call that a botnet. And now the attack that could be produced with the help of botnet, we call that a distributed denial of service attack. Okay, that is one of the major challenge exists in the IoT environment currently we have, and it's very difficult to how to handle them. And this is why we are actually motivated here, and this is why we have this idea today. Now, I can tell you about what is IoT botnet. An IoT botnet is actually consisting of 5 different phases. The very first phase is that the bot, the infected device, or the bot master. Okay. Both of them could be like initially the bot master is starting scanning the available network, and once it infects one of the IoT device, we will call that IoT device as a bot, and that bot is starting infecting the rest of the devices by connecting to them. Now, how a bot could be connected with the device? It starts scanning the available ports of that device or that particular node in the IoT environment. So once the scanning could be done by many different ways. One of the well-known technique is called brute forcing. So we actually brute force all the available. We actually check all the available. We start sending packets through all the available ports, and once we get a reply from any of the available open port, we start making connection with that device, and that device become a bot. And this type of, like, the penetration begin. Once one device become a bot, it starts sending packets to the rest of the devices, and it starts infecting the rest of the devices until and unless all of the devices becomes infected. So you can see in the figure on the right side. Okay, that's the right side. Yes, the right side. You can see there is a bot available, and that bot is actually start infecting the rest of the devices. So there is a camera available, and the camera is infecting the rest of the cameras, and so on. Okay, the second important thing that once it's connected to one particular device, it injects the malicious code in that. Okay, now what is actually a malicious code? A malicious code is actually consisting of some line of code, a program. That program automatically runs in that particular machine, and it's also start doing the same work that is run by the bot. And once a device get infected by this malicious code, it's make a botnet connection with the server. We call it CNC server, which is a command and control server. The command and control server is actually under the control of the bot master. So the bot master is the one who can easily manage those devices. And finally, whenever the bot master wants to use these devices to attack a particular server, the bot master can send commands, and those commands could be executed on all those IoT devices, and then the attack happens. So this is how the IoT botnets work. Now the idea is that if we have the IoT botnet available, why not we can have some sort of techniques to handle or to tackle this type of problem. So we have some existing technique available at the moment. These are different techniques. So we just classify them in these groups. You can see we have the host-based detection system. In the host-based detection system, it's like we can go to each IoT device one by one, and we can check it. Or we can check the entire network for the infection. Okay, so we can use different type of techniques such as the statistical methods that's available to us, the anomaly-based detection and the signature-based. Those techniques could be used in the host-based and the network-based. detection techniques. Similarly, you can see that we have machine learning-based techniques. So the machine learning-based techniques are, recently is a very hot topic, and many people are using the machine learning technique to identify whether we have a botnet available or not. The machine learning is further divided into different areas. We can use those. If you can go to the literature, you can find it. I will share some related work regarding this. But we can even classify the machine learning-based technique based on the model we have all available. So we have supervised model available, unsupervised, and so on. One of the recent technique we have noticed in the literature is actually reinforcement learning. So this is, I am actually working on reinforcement learning technique for some of my research, so I know that how it's actually working. In the case of reinforcement learning technique, we are actually learning from the environment. So this type of detection technique is actually learning from the environment, and if there is any suspicious activities available, it's learn the behavior of that activity, and in future, if there is something happen similar to that, it will start blocking this type of attack from the available network, available by IoT devices, the infected IoT devices. Now, why we have this research? Like we know that there are a lot of techniques available. The literature is like full of many different techniques. So we studied those techniques, and we found that if you are using, let's suppose, if you are using the machine learning technique, what is the problem? The problem is that in IoT devices are actually available with limited memory and processing power. So if you are using such a technique, we required a lot amount of memory and a lot of processing. So which is difficult to provide on such a machine. And we also need a lot of data, and that data could be we could train a neural network over that data, and then after that we can use it. But you know the problem in the botnet that it's actually mutate. You know they are changing their behavior. So we have to take new data, and again we need to train the system, and it is becoming difficult. So such techniques are, we can say that such techniques are not enough to handle such a situation like the botnet situation in the networks. The second and the most important thing what we notice in the available literature is, or even we notice here in the, when we were actually, we supposed to be working on it, but when I was working on it, I found that the IoT devices are weakly configured. You know, sometimes we know that there is no need to provide the sort of encryption. No need to provide the sort of encryption to the username and password to the camera that is attached to the available network, or to anything that is available in network. So it's difficult to have this type of to provide security to such devices. So that weak configuration, this allow the bot master, allow the attacker to easily attack such devices. And the solution we have right now, we have the detection solution available. Those solutions are actually expensive solution. We are going to pay a lot of money for it, and we need to buy them. And once we buy them, we need to pay a lot on the maintenance. So that's another problem. So. The problem in those systems, we also notice that the system that is currently available in the literature is the non-interactive nature of those. So the interaction with those type of like third-party softwares or anything we are using is actually difficult to interact with them. So if we have those challenges available in the current literature, then why not we can design a solution that can easily handle even those problems, and the major problem is actually the botnet in the IoT networks. So we have an idea here, and we divide the idea into two phases. Now in first phase, what we are actually doing that we are going to launch an attack on an IoT network. And how we are going to do it? First we will infect an IoT device first we will scan the available networks. We will find one of them that's the weakly configured IoT device, so we can connect to that. We can use any username and password that is currently available. So there are many different botnets even available here. I can name some of them. One of them is called the Mirai. Mirai botnet is using some sort of signature-based technique. So it is using the currently available username and password. So we can use that one, and we can say that we can somehow infect an IoT device, one of the IoT devices in the network. Once we are successful in doing it, we will download the malicious code into it, and then this particular device will start infecting the rest of the available device in the network by brute forcing or scanning the available network. And we can see that if there are some devices available which is actually weakly configured, we can easily connect to them, and we can install the code, the botnet, the malicious code in it, and the bot master can easily control those devices from using the CNC server. Okay. Now, once we have the infected device, let's suppose we have a set up infected device here, infected devices here in the network, and we can use those infected device to attack a server. So we will definitely having a server, a victim server, which is what we can easily attack. Now, in the second phase, once we know that there is a botnet available in the network and it is actually spreading some sort of dummy packets in the network, and it is attacking the server is actually not responding to the legitimate users. So now we will launch our detection phase. Now, how to detect this? We know that we know our botnet, we know the nature of our botnet, but how to detect it? We actually divide this phase into 4 different subsections, and one of them is actually the filtration phase. Now, how to actually, if we started like detecting and we checking each and every packet, so it is becoming difficult. We know that there are host-based technique available. So in the case of host-based technique, we can go to each host and we can check if there is any malicious code available, or if it is going to generate some sort of packets or not. Okay, so for this purpose, what we are actually doing, the very first phase under the detection, we have the filtration phase. Now we need to filter the available IP addresses. So how to get to know about this? This is actually, we can say this is theoretically possible to think about this for the moment. There are some devices, and we know that those devices were previously involved in some sort of botnet activity. So we can say that those IP addresses, we know that this is actually the IP addresses that were previously involved in the botnet attack. So we can list it down them, and whatever the traffic coming from those IP addresses, we can block them. This is one way. Now, second thing, we can classify some of them as a whitelist. Those we can allow them. Okay, you can continue with your transmission and sending packets to the server. So this is one way we can somehow reduce the effect of the botnet activity. The second thing we call detection. Now, what is meant by detection? We will be checking on the packets generated by a particular IoT device, and we will set a threshold. Let's suppose if there are 50 number of packets this particular device is sending to a particular server, we will think that this is some sort of suspicious activity. So we are going to block the connection from that IoT device, and we can see that how we can do it. Now there is a question, many times if we are doing, there is a possibility we can block the legitimate user from sending the packets to the IoT server. There is also possibility. So what we are going to do, we have another page which is what we call screening page. In the screening page, we are going to build profile for each IoT device. For instance, if there is a camera and the camera is going to send a huge amount of traffic at the end of the day to the server, so we can record the video data on the server. So we need to build a profile. So we can say that at the end of the day, from 8 to 9 o'clock, at 8 to 9 p.m., this particular device will send this much number of packets, and we are not going to use the detection page, the previous detection page. We are not going to block such connection because we know that this device is supposed to send packets, a lot of packets to the server at that particular time. And we can set many different things, and based on those things, we can say, okay, these devices are actually, they can send data at that particular time or not, or we can say that these devices could be the infected device or not. And another thing, important thing, with the screening page, we can also aid scalability to our system. You know what is actually scalability? So, for instance, if there is a new device is going to join our network, so this particular device will pass through the screening phase. So once it's passed through the screening phase, we will think that this particular device is now a legitimate device or not. And finally, once we are successful in like handling the botnet activity in the network somehow, then we can go and we know that we can gain some knowledge from this. Like for instance, there is a router attached to the network, and we know that the router is already experienced such type of activity. The router knows that the camera will send the data from this time to this time. This is the blacklist IP addresses and so on. So there are different information the router has. Now this router can use this information and can send it to the rest of the routers that is available in the network. So it will reduce the processing time for the rest of from the rest of the router, and the router can easily, the rest of the router cannot perform a lot of, work on the processing their packets. And this type of technique is currently available in the literature. We call it transfer learning. So we learn on one device, we learn on one domain, and then whatever we learn, we can transfer the knowledge to the other domain. So anyways, we will be thinking about this, that whether we can use transfer learning in future or not, because we are actually already building our IoT lab here in KCST, and we will be testing different similar models in the IoT lab. And I'm hopeful that next time if we have the CERC conference, you can see the IoT lab will be in operation. So how to implement the idea? Now the idea is that if you can see here, there is a Raspberry Pi that is attached. So the Raspberry Pi is actually connected to the IoT device, and there is a possibility that many different Raspberry Pis are connected to the network via the home router, and the home router is further connected to the server. So we will build all those things. We'll build the DNS server, we'll build the CNC server, the listen and the loader. Those are actually loading the infected, the malicious code to the network, and the victim server. All those things we will be done in the lab. And we somehow we already implemented some part of it. We connected like around 20 Raspberry Pis to the server, to the home router. Now we are actually in the second phase, and we are trying to how that one router can share the knowledge with another router. So this is what we are actually doing, and we are hopeful that we will do it soon. So this is all regarding our idea. We talk about the security of IoT. We know that this is a very important topic. This is what we are actually creating here, a lightweight security model. The model we have right now in the literature is actually currently requiring a lot of resources and things. But our model, we think that it will be lightweight. It will not require much of the resources and so on. And we already done with the how to launch an DDoS attack on a victim server, and how we can identify the malicious traffic using our detection system that is further consisting of filtration and so on. And finally, we will test this in future in our IoT lab. Once it's ready, inshallah, we will test the working of our proposed model or conceptual idea in the lab. So thank you very much. If you have any question, please.
Yeah, you guys look really tired. Don't worry, it's the final stretch of the day. We're going to have a discussion panel, and then you guys can all go home. All right? So we have a discussion panel on leveraging the power of blockchains for security. I invite the panelists to the stage. Really quickly, guys, come on. Dr. Thomas Martin, Professor Nishwan Dawood, and Dr. MD Israfil Biswas. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Waking up, everybody. Wake up, wake up. Shway khalkum wiyay. Okay? And our moderator, Dr. Amir Hamid. Fantastic, and thank you, Joe, for the mics. Hopefully we don't have a cybersecurity issue with them this time.
Test 1, 2.
All right. Thank you.
Fantastic.
1, 2, test.
Test
1, 2, test.
Thank you. It's working? All right. So Hopefully it won't take too long for the panel. I just wanted to sort of finalize and conclude what we learned so far in this session and give the opportunity to the audience to sort of maybe ask any questions that they had for any of the speakers that they were presenting today. So at least sort of just to start off the panel, I wanted to perhaps maybe give an idea of what the purpose of blockchains are for those who maybe are not familiar with it, and maybe this is the first time you've seen it. So I guess blockchains are used as a way to solve the trust issue, right? We want to sort of replace centralized trust with a decentralized trust system. So perhaps this leads me into my first question to the panelists, which is really, how can we convince stakeholders and those who need blockchains or think they need blockchains, to use and trust this sort of nebulous system that people infamously know it as just for cryptocurrencies. So right now, this is what it's known for, and perhaps maybe for the right or the wrong reasons, depending on how you see it. So maybe we'll start with Thomas.
Well, I don't think that's a bad place to start. There are, at recent count, 114 billion reasons to trust Bitcoin and 50 billion reasons to trust Ethereum. These are the market caps for Bitcoin and Ethereum based on the current price in Kuwait dinar. And that is value. That is value these networks have. More importantly, this is the value an attacker would have if they could corrupt the network and manipulate it to their own benefit. And it's been, we know, there's organized crime looking for every possible way to make money off compromising security of systems. It's been known, blockchains and cryptocurrencies have been known by attackers for many, many years. It's been used by them to extort and to transact with anonymity, relative anonymity, but they haven't drained all the funds. They haven't corrupted the network. So I think the value of the cryptocurrency is a testament to how much is on offer to attackers, and they haven't broken it, they haven't cracked it. So that to me is a lot of trust in the systems.
Right, thank you. Professor Nashwan, so with respect to your sort of talk, which relates to your talk, if I wanted to convince someone, use blockchains for construction or for supply chain, how would I go about saying, okay, don't trust this centralized system or regulator, or I want to codify my regulations into the smart contracts? How would I convince them?
Yeah, thanks. This is what we're trying to do, really trying to create this particular level of conviction. So parties are convinced this is the future, and if they don't do it, they will lose out. And basically, as Dr. Thomas was saying, trust is ongoing thing. So basically, it is, to me, is about the industry that this particular technology is going to operate in, and how much this industry is fragmented, how much this industry is particularly going to make a headway in terms of improvement. And I see construction very fragmented, difficult industries, lack of understanding of the basic technology in terms of digital. So basically, it's a little bit not very easy to take on these people. But hopefully, as the big clients are moving towards this, big contractors moving towards this, supply chain will follow, the skills will follow. The last thing for me, I wanted to draw some sort of analogy between the blockchain in terms of open and trust and the social media, where you send a message, it goes to everybody, and everybody can talk to everybody else. So basically, it is a trial and error that has been going on now, with all the probably disadvantages, but we can't live without it anymore. In terms of social media, the way we do communicate. So probably I think the future is orange, so things are going to happen. Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much. That was a very good answer. So, Dr. Sarfail, do you have any comments regarding this question?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks for this. Actually, this is the demand, as our previous speaker said in this panel. So the demand is actually for secure and like emerging technologies that we have to integrity and other issues that we have. So as I said, blockchain is one of the key technologies that we can trust. And again, it depends on how we want to use it. It's up to us. So there are different forms of blockchains. So if you want to use it as public, only the administrative access which can use it. If we have these bottlenecks and other issues with blockchain, so we can use it for permissible or any consortium, so hybrid, different forms of, depending on the use cases. So we have to find the right techniques and right use cases that where we want to fit it. But absolutely, this is the way we are developing trust in future, and especially after this pandemic, we more dependent on online transactions, business, everything. So blockchain has given us this opportunity to trust and a secured infrastructure for future market and future communication. So absolutely, why not?
Yeah, so that's really good. I mean, we're trying to figure out, okay, what's the best use case for blockchains, and how can we sort of get the best configuration of blockchains, which leads me to my second question. And I'm playing a little bit of a devil's advocate here, but opponents of blockchains often say that blockchains are harmful to the environment. So they say, okay, these miners, because of the proof of work systems that they try to get the consensus and make the blockchain trusted and verifiable, they need to do this heavy computational work that drains power, a lot of power. And I think, Thomas, you mentioned something regarding proof of stake or something related to that as sort of an alternative, but sort of, is this the right way to move forward, to change the consensus mechanism, perhaps?
Well, I think history will tell whether the Ethereum shift was successful or not. I think it's still too premature to say. They certainly look like they're going in the right direction. I do think it's interesting. We hear statistics that the Bitcoin network consumes as much energy as Iceland or some country like that. And so the argument is then let's ban Bitcoin because of that, or let's stop that because of that argument. If we look at the hole in the ozone layer, which has largely been recorded as being patched up now and solved, that wasn't solved by the world pointing to Iceland and saying, you stop CFCs, you're not allowed to do that anymore. You don't solve the problem by looking at 1% of the problem. Yes, Bitcoin consumes a lot of energy, other cryptocurrencies do as well. There is an ongoing climate crisis. This is something that should be addressed. But if your approach is to pick on a 1% source of that problem, then I have to ask, is this a genuine concern that's being raised? If you want to look at consumption of energy worldwide, you want to look at the major sources of consumption of energy and start there. That to me seems like a proportional response. If costs for electricity were highly dependent on the source of the energy and how environmentally friendly they were, cryptocurrency networks would adapt. They would, if there was less hash power available in the network, then the difficulty would adjust and the network would continue. So the cryptocurrency networks can sustain a change in the source of energy, but I think that it seems like that's a disingenuous argument if that's the main argument I'm making.
Right, so okay, that's actually a different way to look at it. Professor Nashwan, do you have any comment regarding that?
Yeah, I think this is quite an important question. As we've been working or doing lots of research work with a number of developers, particularly in data centers, there's a focus on sustainability, focus on how much we curtail on the use of energy and how much we use renewables. Now, to my knowledge, most of the data centers that house cryptocurrency or particularly the like of social media, they've got their centers somewhere, for example, in North Canada or North Sweden, in which there's no need to cool the computers using air conditioning. It's cooled from God, so God is providing lots of support here. But really, in reality, it is as Thomas was saying, there's massive amount of move in terms of the data centers developers to move into a more sustainable way of providing electricity, whether renewable. Even we have in the UK, for example, now moving into nuclear, which is to be considered as renewable. So basically, it's solvable as far as the regulations and the rules and the government keep watching and keep providing all these standards for these centers to be developed. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Israfil, I think I'm going to give you a variant of the question related, since you were talking about security detection issues or threats in 6G and IoT networks. So with regards to energy usage and scalability, do you think blockchain can be scaled enough to handle all the security threats for a large 5G/6G network?
Well, I think you don't have to. I mean, again, depends the use cases and scenarios. For, as I said, like there is technical green blockchain as well. Mm-hmm. So it depends on the scenario and as different architectures like consortium or hybrid as you need. So you can use that. Again, what type of blockchain you're using depends on that. Like Ethereum can have tens of things, but if you want to go for thousands, so you need more power. So for 6G, definitely it's a terahertz. So energy efficiency that also comes with other like compromises. So it's always a trade-off that you have to take regarding these benefits you want to take. So still we are looking opportunities and exploring ideas how we can use the make most of it, and we can develop an infrastructure that can help with a sustainable blockchain that will help these like 6G digital twins. So I said like somewhere we use like green technologies, for example, slot-based, time-based, and we use solar for energies to power the time they use. So again, three aspects to look at mostly. If it's security, then it comes with as well delay as well as it comes with power. So we have to balance everything to come to a common platform. That's what we need. But we are moving towards high spectrum, moving towards like terahertz and high speeds, so including AI. So we have too many things on the security. Yeah. So everything is just to scale up, and we have to face the challenges. So that's why it's very important to develop an infrastructure that can come to a common point. That helps as well as the scalability, as well as the security.
Right. I mean, that's all very good answers with looking at alternative ways to sort of think about blockchains. And I usually like to give the audience an opportunity to also ask any questions. I know some of you are students who are doing research in blockchain. So, does anyone have a question, or? Oh, we have a question there. No. We have a question? Oh, where? No? You were just stretching. Okay.
Just right. Stretching. That's okay. This is allowed.
Okay. Right. So, no questions? Right. So, Professor Omar. He's doing some research on blockchain, I believe.
Thank you. So I guess in addition to the power consumption of a blockchain size can also grow, because you can easily end up in Internet of Things where the size of the blockchain is so large that you don't know where to keep it. So how do you deal with that?
Yeah, that's actually interesting. So it's a different dimension of scalability, not energy, but space, size. So does anyone have an answer for?
Well, if your storage is going to be growing at a faster rate than Moore's law, and Moore's law fingers crossed, still applies for the next few years, then you're in trouble. You need to rethink, which blockchain you're using, how many validators or miners you need. Is a blockchain necessary? If it's under that, if that's the expected growth and the costs are going to stay fairly flat, then it's not a problem. So I think it's down to the numbers. I use the term miners, validators deliberately. I would assume your Internet of Things devices do not have the entire blockchain, do not need the entire blockchain. They're making transactions, they are participating in it, their activity is being included in the blockchain, but I don't want my light bulb having 200 gigabytes of data. That seems wrong.
Yeah, so are there any other questions, or? If not, I would like to thank the panelists for their talks and for being here to answer any questions, and we'll see you guys tomorrow, hopefully.
Thank you,
so
Chair.
much.
If you guys could just stay on stage so you can get your awards. Yeah, you're safe. Where's Dr. Murad? Did he go? He's gone, right? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, okay. He's teaching a class right now. All right, thank you guys. See you guys tomorrow. Drive home safe.